I wasn't exactly the most popular kid in high school. I was just this average girl, not cool enough to hang with the popular crowd, but not quirky enough to get bullied either. Honestly, if you ask most of my classmates today, they probably wouldn't even remember me. I grew up in a big city. I won't say where, but think of places like Detroit, Chicago, or Philadelphia. I grew up in a place like that, and my neighborhood was this mix of faded brick buildings and concrete jungles. There was always noise, honking horns, sirens, and stuff like that. It had its own kind of charm, but sometimes it felt a little heavy. And yeah, there was definitely a fair amount of crime. Like I said, I wasn't super popular. My claim to fame was that my dad owned a junkyard with an iron shredder. And it might sound a bit odd, but honestly, it was kind of fascinating. A few people wanted to come by just to watch that machine shred old washing machines and rusty bikes into tiny bits. The first time I saw it in action, I was about 10, and the noise was like thunder. I remember feeling scared watching how the metal twisted and crumpled. It was oddly beautiful in this sort of destructive way. All the girls in school were crushing on this guy named Marco, and of course, I was too. He was a basketball star who worked out all the time, plus he always seemed super smart, like he had stocks figured out or something, and everyone knew he had some family problems, but he still radiated confidence. One night during a football game, he came over to talk to me, and my heart literally raced. I half expected someone to pinch me to wake up from this dream. He didn't say much though. He just said that he wanted to talk to me and asked me where he could find me at halftime. I said that we could meet at the front entrance. At halftime, we slipped away to his car, and he said he wanted to go to McDonald's. And that felt so random, but I wasn't going to complain. This was my first chance to hang out with Marco, and it was starting to feel almost like a date. Now, while we were driving, he suddenly pulled over and asked if he could show me something. He takes out a gun, and my heart dropped into my stomach. I was not ready to see that, and he says, "I need you to get rid of this." And everything around me went blurry. When someone holds a gun in front of you, all rational thoughts vanish, and I was terrified. I didn't want to be in that situation, and I couldn't really say no because he was holding a gun. My mind raced with all the things that could go wrong, and it felt like the weight of the world rested on my shoulders. I didn't ask questions. I just nodded, hoping to make things better. He told me to text him later saying, "It was nice seeing you at the game today," after I got rid of it. We went through the McDonald's drive-thru, but I didn't have any appetite. That was seriously weird, and I almost felt like I was being kidnapped, and in a way I kind of was. He didn't force me to get in the car with him, but I couldn't really tell him to let me go either, and in a way it felt like I was being intimidated into being in his car. Now anyways, he gave me the gun and dropped me off at my car in the school parking lot, and we said our goodbyes from there. I went to school and grabbed the keys to the junkyard, praying that my parents wouldn't catch me. Thankfully, they were upstairs and the keys were in the fridge, and it felt like I was living in some kind of bad movie. I drove to the junkyard, but then panic set in hard. What if opening the gate was too loud and someone heard me? What if an alarm went off? What if someone showed up while I was there? What if the gun got stuck in the shredder? I had never operated that thing alone. What if I accidentally hurt myself? What if I couldn't figure out how to operate the shredder in time? What if this whole plan backfired and made everything worse? I just knew that this wasn't going to work out. And so instead, I went back to McDonald's, ordered a large meal because fries make everything better, and carefully slipped the gun into a bag with fries and a burger. I looked on Google Maps, found a park about 30 minutes away, and then drove there trying to stay calm. When I got to the park, I felt strangely detached from everything around me. I tossed the McDonald's bag into a trash can, and then I sat on the bench with my heart racing while trying to think of what to say if someone asked what I was doing. If anyone had approached me that night and asked if I was okay, I would just ask them to call an ambulance for me. I felt so guilty that I literally felt sick. I have no idea how long I spent trying to calm down, but eventually I was ready to go home. Now later on, I found out Marco's sister had gotten mixed up in something truly horrific that night. She was involved in a violent robbery where she had used a gun to threaten a store owner. The store owner had not cooperated with her, and she had beaten the man's head with the gun, leaving him bloodied and dazed on the floor. Thankfully, no one was killed, but the brutality of it all felt terrifying and sad. That victim was an old man. I was caught up in something way darker than I'd ever imagined. When Marco's sister was arrested and eventually charged, I was terrified someone would find out what I'd done and link it back to me. I felt like I was carrying around this heavy secret and I was suffocating. The thought of being questioned by the police, or worse, and becoming a suspect haunted me, and I never brought up the incident. I saw Marco around school and made sure to not even make eye contact. And thankfully, I never heard anything more about it. The rumors faded and life went on. When girls talked about Marco, I said just enough to pretend like everything was normal. I still visit home occasionally and have seen Marco around. He's always surrounded by friends, laughing and carefree, but we never talk. It's terrifying how easily I was intimidated into participating in something so horrific, and each time I see him, it leaves me with a chill. I know this is a bit of an unusual request, but I was hoping you could give me some advice on how to handle a situation with a male colleague of mine. Now, I'd rather not say where I live or work or anything like that. I'd like to just try and keep this as anonymous as possible, but here's the gist of my story. We first met when I started working at a large retail store that had lots of employees. He was the first person to really make an effort to be friendly with me, and I thought that we might end up being work friends. But I was wrong. It quite quickly progressed from him being warm but platonically friendly to asking me to go out for drinks with him. I wasn't looking for a relationship at the time, and I knew exactly what the implication of his invitation were, so each time he'd ask me, I'd politely decline, hoping he'd eventually take the hint. But he didn't. He seemed to think that if he just kept asking, that I'd eventually say yes. I didn't have the heart to tell him that I didn't like him like that, but I also didn't want to lie and say that I had a boyfriend. In the end, I thought the best thing to do would be to transfer to a different department, but it became this sort of cat and mouse game of him following me wherever I went in terms of departmental transfer. In the end, I had to go to HR about it, and only then did they stop his transfers without cluing him into the fact that I'd approached them. I'd made the mistake of giving him my phone number when I first started, as he'd offered to work any shifts I needed covering. But after realizing he was only going to use that to pester me, I blocked his number. I made my social media private, but he sent me a follow request anyways, and I chose to just ignore it, once again assuming that he'd have the emotional maturity to just understand his attention was not appreciated. But again, he did not. His increasingly stalker-like behavior wasn't all that much of a problem at the time. I'd made sure our two departments were just about as far removed from one another as it was possible to be, so it wasn't like we bumped into each other often. And when we did, it was just sort of a smile and a nod kind of exchange as we went about our duties. But then one evening, after we'd all closed up and I was walking to my car, I looked up from my phone to see him, standing near my driver's side, like he'd been waiting for me. It was early winter, so it had long gone dark by the time we got out. I'd parked my car quite far from the store, so there was hardly anyone else around as I was walking. And then suddenly, there's my cheerful stalker, who's basically cornering me in a dark car park. I was a mix of startled and nervous, but I just did what I usually did in that sort of situation and tried to be as friendly and disarming as possible. I asked what I could do for him, and he started trying to make small talk. I humored him for a moment or two and then very politely asked him what he wanted. Then, when he asked if I could give him a lift home, I felt my heart jump into my throat. I knew he lived on my route home, close to it anyway, but I knew he knew that too. So turning him down wasn't going to be easy without coming across as rude or selfish. Side note, this also might seem like a perfectly normal exchange, and I might seem selfish in not giving him a lift home, but this was not a normal exchange. This guy couldn't take the hint that I wasn't into him, so he clearly wasn't playing with a full deck. And now he's blocking me from getting into my car in a dark car park after making sure that there's no one else around but me and him. I'm not trying to use this to slag off men, so please don't think I'm doing that. But sometimes, guys just don't appreciate how pant-shittingly terrifying that kind of behavior is to girls. He was quite capable of overpowering me if he wanted to, which is why I had to stay on my best behavior and keep him sweet. But he made that very, very difficult for me, and part of me thinks he did it deliberately. In the nicest voice I could possibly muster, I told him I was too busy to give him a lift, and then made up some excuse about having to pick up my mom from her friend's house. I just really didn't want to be alone in a car with him. I had visions of dropping him off at his flat, asking me to come inside, and then making a big scene and refusing to get out of my car after I rejected him, none of which I am emotionally equipped to deal with. And so quite naturally, I didn't want him anywhere I couldn't physically remove him, especially the passenger seat of my car. I gave him my excuse, and he seemed to take it on the chin, but then made a sharp segue into the ignored Instagram follow request. And when he asked me if I'd seen it, I lied. I told him I hadn't, and that I had been taking a bit of a mental health break from social media, which was partially true. He then countered that since we were colleagues, it'd be nice to be able to keep in touch on social media. I tried the path of least resistance and told him I'd check my Insta the first chance I got, but then instead of leaving me alone, he started asking about my phone number and why I wasn't answering my phone. I had to tell him I got a new number and hadn't memorized it yet, but he smelled the lie in an instant. And in that moment, the way he looked at me chilled me to the bone. Upon detecting the lie, the smile was immediately wiped from his face. He went cheerful and warm to frighteningly cold, and it took just a second for it to happen. I started to feel very unsafe around him. He said the calls weren't connecting, but that the little robotic voice didn't say the number wasn't in service. It said the person wasn't available, and apparently my now not-so-cheerful stalker understood the difference. He started asking if I'd blocked his phone number, and then before I could even answer, he asked, "Why did you do that? What have I ever done to upset you so much that you'd block my number?" I tried to dig myself out of the situation as best I could by giving the sunniest, most non-confrontational answer possible, most of which involved me claiming that I essentially was a ditzy airhead who barely knew how Instagram or phone carriers even worked. But that wasn't good enough for him. He kept asking why, and how, and what questions, sometimes without even letting my answer go from the previous, and in the end, I completely lost my rag and I went mental on him. I told him I wasn't into him, and that he should have gotten the message weeks ago, and that he needed to leave me alone or I'm going to HR, without telling him it'd be for the second time. He gave a bit more mouth, asking if I was messing around, and if I was really that petty. But he knew what he was doing. I'd rejected him, and now he wanted to shame me. It's a dance as old as time, really. Only after he was satisfied with berating me did he relent and walk away, but the damage had been done. I know that might sound a bit overly sensitive, and I absolutely hate any kind of conflict, and I find myself welling up with tears every time the adrenaline starts to subside, and that incident was no exception. It might sound naive in retrospect, but after that, I really did think it was all over. I tried to be strong, but I think all my stalker saw was weakness, and now I know his little car park confrontation is only the beginning of what he had in store for me. He was quiet for a while, my stalker, I mean. He stayed away from me at work, and whenever we did run into one another, he didn't even acknowledge my presence. And it suited me, but I could tell he felt severely humiliated. But to be brutally honest, I didn't care. I wish he'd taken the hint way back when he first started asking me out, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, isn't it? And the point is, I thought it was over. I thought he'd finally leave me alone, but he hasn't. And now it's only gotten worse. Last week, I woke up in the middle of the night to a text on my phone. I also needed to wee, so while I was there, I checked the notification to see who it was from and saw it was from an unknown number. I was half asleep when I first started reading it, but by the time I was maybe 2 or 3 lines in, my heart was pounding. The text was from my stalker, and it said something along the lines of, "Hey, my name. I think I'm parked next to your car. Do you live at my address? Because I swear it's your car I'm parked next to. What are the chances, huh?" He even sent a picture just to make sure that I knew that he hadn't made some kind of mistake or was just messing with me as revenge for scolding him. My heart was in my throat again. I was wide awake. 1,000 million different questions all running through my head at once, with the primary one being, how the hell did he find me? My overarching theory is that he followed me home. He obviously got himself a car, didn't he? And obviously with me not talking to him, there was no way of me knowing that he'd bought one. He could have followed me home, been right behind me the whole time, and unless I really looked into my rear view to see who the drivers behind me were, there's no way I'd have known that he was following. I think I'd have figured that part out. The only thing I can't figure out is what to do next. I know this might be too much of an ask, but is it possible you could read this out? Let your listeners know what I'm going through right now, and then they could give me maybe their best advice in the comments. And I'm not talking about legal stuff either, because I have absolutely no faith in the police to be able to keep me safe. I also don't think moving back in with my parents is an option, because they live within 5 minutes drive of the place we work, and I don't want my car sitting outside their place on the off chance my stalker spots it, and then knows where they live too. I'm more than willing to quit the place where I work, and I think that's probably what I'm going to do the first available opportunity. But I just want to know if anyone else has had this same issue, doesn't have faith in the police to put a stop to it, and ended up doing something that, I don't know, made it all go away. Also, my dad's not around anymore, but I really don't want to tell my brother about this, because if I do, he'll probably just end up going to prison. I just know he will. And I say that because people are inevitably going to ask, why don't you get your dad or other male relatives involved? And the short answer to that is, I don't have any. I know this probably wasn't the scariest thing you've ever read, and I feel a bit weird sending it to you when there's people who's legit nearly died in the experiences they tell you about. But please, when I say I'm really scared, I mean it from the bottom of my soul. I'm scared this isn't going to be something I laugh about in 10 or 15 years, that obsessive admirer I roll my eyes about when my future husband reminds me of it. I'm scared this is going to be the last chapter of my short life. This guy is escalating, and I really will try anything to make it stop, because there's only one way these things end if that escalation doesn't stop. And I'm scared I don't think I can even bring myself to say what that end result might be. The story I'm about to tell you is perhaps the strangest and most unsettling thing that's ever happened to me. And now that I have some years to think about it, I understand just how weird it truly is. It was around 10 years ago, give or take. My wife and I loved to hike, and we still love to hike to this day. Specifically, we love to hike in this fall season. We live in the northern east coast of the United States, and the way the leaves turn during the weather change is really remarkable. Not to mention, fall isn't too warm, so it makes the hikes much more bearable. We spend the first few weekends of the fall season hitting some local trails. As October approached, we started to venture further from home and hike some more intense trails, the types of hikes that take an entire day to complete. On one specific October afternoon, we decided to hike an unmarked trail. We both were experienced hikers, and we didn't plan on staying overnight or anything like that. My wife especially was very good at navigating the forest and just being cautious of her direction and the course she takes. And that's why going off trail and taking an unmarked route wasn't that big of a deal for us. Around midday, we decided to take a break in a nice little clearing. It was hard to believe that people didn't travel to this section of the woods. It was almost like this little pocket of the woods was designed for hikers to take breaks. It was a circular little spot of the forest with 2 tree stumps. We each sat on a stump and ate a protein bar, and we decided to take a 15-minute break before heading back out into the forest. Right before heading back into the woods, we heard a noise coming from just beyond the trees. We both paused and listened to the rustling noise. In these specific woods, there were plenty of animals that could do some serious harm to us if we weren't careful. The more we kept listening to the noise, the more unsure that we were of what animal it could be. It was clearly something making that noise, and not just the wind. I said that we should just stay put for a while until the noise stopped, but my wife wanted to check out whatever was beyond the thick brush. I can't blame her. I was curious as well. I just didn't want to risk being mauled by a bear or something. We proceeded with caution, trying to be as light on our feet as we possibly could, and even writing this now, I still can't believe what we saw.
Now, pacing rather erratically back and forth seemed to be a young woman. A very pretty young woman, I might add, most likely in her early to mid-20s. She had blonde hair and blue eyes from what I could see, and she was wearing a beautiful white dress that went down to her knees. The strangest part was that she seemed to be shoeless. Her feet were dirty, and the dirt seemed to spread up to her legs and calves. Now, I'm sure you're asking yourself, why didn't we go and help the woman who was clearly lost or in distress? Well, to answer your question, we kinda did. Or tried, at least. We didn't want to approach her because she was being very erratic with all of her movements, hands swaying all around and body moving from left to right. She was mumbling and talking to herself, but we couldn't make out exactly what she was saying. It was more like groans mixed with occasional laughter. So, instead of approaching this clearly unwell woman, we called out to her. At first, she didn't react. She just kept hopping around the woods erratically, almost like a frog, you know? And then we shouted again, much louder this time. She must have heard us because now she stopped in her tracks. She didn't move at all. She just stood there. No more mumbling and no more movements. My wife took a step forward and asked the woman if she was all right and if she needed any help. And instead of answering, the woman turned around and hissed at my wife. And I'm not kidding either. This woman straight up hissed like a cat and then turned and sprinted into the woods in the opposite direction of where we were standing. I basically stayed put, but my wife chased her for a little while. She yelled at me that we wouldn't just let this poor girl stay in the woods all by herself. A few minutes into the chase, my wife just gave up. Not because she didn't want to continue, but because the woman was so fast that she was able to outrun my wife, even with no shoes. I stayed in the area where we originally found the woman, and my wife ran back to where we started our hike. She called the ranger and informed them of what had happened, and she took the ranger to the spot where I was waiting just in case the woman ever came back. The ranger gave us a nice verbal smackdown for hiking in areas we weren't supposed to hike, but where we were wasn't technically illegal, so we didn't get in any real trouble. And my wife was upset that the ranger didn't seem to care about the woman that we saw. We both had gotten the impression that the park ranger thought that we were making up some sort of elaborate story. They started to search for the woman eventually, but after a few days they never found anyone, and they said that they had never even found any evidence that the person had been out there. They even checked our description of the woman with the women who had recently gone missing, but our mysterious woman didn't seem to match any of those poor girls. We never received any answers about this weird occurrence in the woods. My wife even went back to these woods several times and tried searching for any sign of the woman, but she never got any answers. We did take some solace in the fact that no woman matching that description was ever reported missing, or worse, found dead. And I don't know what we saw that day. I have no idea where that woman came from or where she went. All I know for sure is that she was clearly not in the correct state of mind, and she was very, very fast. I'd always been curious about the so-called dark web. I'd heard a bunch of stories about its deeper, darker corners, places no one should go, filled with things that no one should see. Now, it might sound creepy, but it got me pretty curious. But I could never be prepared for what I found when I stumbled across the Cannibal Cafe. It started innocently enough. Late-night boredom, a rabbit hole of clicks, and then suddenly I was there. The site was crude, its design basic and outdated, but its purpose was clear. It was a gathering place for people with tastes that went beyond acceptable norms. It claimed to be fictional, but the posts felt too real, too detailed. I thought it was just another forum for sick fantasies. And then I saw the classifieds. People weren't just talking about cannibalism. They were either offering themselves up or asking for someone else to become meat. The language was careful, vague enough to avoid outright confession, but the users' intentions were unmistakable. It wasn't just some dumb site for sick role players. It was real. I should have clicked away, closed my laptop, and just gone to bed. But instead, I stayed. Part of me thought it was all some elaborate joke, some twisted forum for entertainment, and I told myself that I was just observing and that I wasn't a part of it,
just a tourist passing through. And then I found it. It was a journal entry written by someone who claimed to have actually cannibalized another person. He didn't use his real name, none of them did, but the way he described everything, the way he wrote, it made it sound like the God's honest truth. He talked about meeting a man online, someone who was tired of living, and then they agreed to meet. He would end him, butcher him, and eat him, and the man actually wanted it. And I felt sick reading it, but I couldn't stop. He described the meeting in a way that made it sound almost normal, like two friends getting together. They had dinner first, an actual meal, as if to ease into what was coming, and then the man who wrote the journal led the other man to a room he had prepared for the occasion. He claimed to have covered everything in plastic, set up tools, knives, and hooks. It sounded clean, clinical even, and it absolutely horrified me. The man who was tired of living, who was called the volunteer, was told to strip down and lay on the table. He was calm. He brought a letter, a sort of contract explaining his consent, and the writer said that he asked one last time if he was sure, and he claimed the volunteer smiled and nodded. And then it began. The description of what followed made my stomach churn. He wrote about the knife, the blood, the way the man's body reacted. He wrote about the sounds, the smell, and he was careful and precise. He didn't rush. He said it was important to honor the volunteer's wishes, to make it meaningful. There was no anger, no rage, just a kind of reverence. He described the meat, the way it looked, the texture. He wrote about cooking it, seasoning it, and then finally, eating it. I should have stopped reading, but I couldn't. It was like watching a slow-motion car crash or something. Horrifying, but impossible not to watch. The way he wrote made it feel real, more real than anything I'd ever read before, but it wasn't just the details. It was the emotion the guy put into his writing that really sent chills through me. He wasn't writing to brag or shock anyone. He was confessing, unburdening himself almost. There was a sadness in his words too, a weight to them, as if what he'd done had changed him in ways he didn't fully understand yet. When I finally closed my laptop, it was early morning and the sun was creeping through the blinds. I felt nauseous and hollow, like something had been done that couldn't be undone. And I tried telling myself it wasn't real, that it was just some story, but I couldn't forget the way it was written. The details, the emotion. It stayed with me, gnawing at my thoughts as I showered, toweling off, and then drifted off to sleep after climbing into bed. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried to distract myself, but nothing worked. The story kept replaying in my head over and over again, and I started dreaming about it. Nightmares where I was the volunteer lying on the table, waiting for the knife, and I'd wake up sweating with my heart racing and my mouth parched and dry. I told myself I wouldn't go back to that site, but the pull was too strong. I needed to know more. I needed to understand, and so I did return. The journal entry was still there along with the others. More stories, more confessions. Some were less detailed and others more so. Some sounded fake, exaggerated, but others had that chilling ring of truth to them, just like the first one I'd read. I started reading them all, one by one, each more horrifying than the last, and I didn't eat meat for almost 2 weeks around that time. I couldn't look at it without imagining the descriptions from the stories, but at the same time I couldn't keep away. I became obsessed, spending hours on the site, diving deeper into its archives, noticing patterns and connections between different posts. Some of the users seemed to know each other, referencing past events or sharing tips. It was a full-on cannibalistic community hidden just below the surface of the regular internet. One night, I found a new post. It was from the same user who had written the journal entry that started it all. He was back, sharing another story, only this time, it was different. He wrote about the aftermath, about how he couldn't stop thinking about it. He said he craved that feeling of godlike power again. He tried to live a normal life, but it was impossible. The taste of the meat, the act itself, he felt like they'd changed him.
He wrote about finding another volunteer, someone else who was tired of living. He described the process again, but this time it felt darker, more desperate. He wasn't honoring anyone's wishes anymore. He was feeding his addiction. The reverence was gone, replaced by depravity, and he wrote about the guilt, the shame, but also the satisfaction, the way it filled the void inside him and the peace that brought him, if only for a moment. During those 2 or 3 days where I was glued to Cannibal Cafe, I stopped leaving my apartment. I avoided friends, family, and anyone who might notice the change in me, and my world shrank to the glow of my laptop screen and the endless stream of stories and posts. The dreams got worse. They weren't nightmares anymore. They were vivid, detailed, and I wasn't the volunteer anymore. I was the one holding the knife. It took a long talk with a close friend to realize that my obsession with Cannibal Cafe was the symptom of some lingering depression I'd been wrestling with following the death of my father. Now, that might sound very random to some people, but I guess I wasn't fully in touch with my own emotions regarding his passing. Reading about that clinical process of death and dismemberment forced me to confront them in ways I wasn't entirely aware of at the time. And then after talking to my friend about it, it's like it unlocked this new perspective. I stopped visiting the Cannibal Cafe, and for a long time it was out of my mind, until I heard about the owner getting arrested in Germany for actually killing and eating somebody, just like the person had described in the posts. I managed to half convince myself that, in reality, the site was nothing but an elaborate fantasy run by some very disturbed individuals. But hearing about that guy, Armin Meiwes, arrested, shattered that delusion, and had made me realize that the world really is much darker than I was darker. This happened approximately 10 years ago, around 2015 to 2016. I was living with someone at the time who worked an opposite schedule as me. He worked graveyard shift and I worked during the day. So when I was getting up and getting ready to leave for work, he was just coming home. On the nights during the week, I obviously would be at home by myself. And one night during the week, I was feeling especially lonely and my favorite toy unfortunately broke and died. So I decided to drive downtown to the 24-hour adult store to buy another one. The town I live in is a mid-sized suburban town filled with mostly residential areas. The main downtown area was essentially one small area on the way to the freeway, and my apartment was 10 minutes away. I pulled into the parking lot behind the adult store. The parking lot was dark and had multiple entries all around that led to the bars and restaurants as well as the store. After parking my car, I walked towards the entrance of the store, which was on the street, and to do so, I had to walk towards the driveway that I came in to park. And upon walking to the entrance, I noticed a man standing by himself smoking a cigarette. It was 1 a.m. and not normal to just see only one person standing by themselves there, though I figured he was one of the patrons from one of the bars on the block taking a cigarette break. And as I walked passing him, he says, "Hi," to which I responded with a very quiet hi. But didn't make eye contact with him, and upon passing him I had a better look at his appearance. He had a shaved head, wore a long white t-shirt with shorts hanging past his knees, and he had a pair of sneakers accompanied with some tube socks that covered his shins. This is not unusual to see in my town, but I was more concerned that he was sitting by himself and instantly took an interest in me as I walked past him. After passing him and continuing to walk to the store, I saw out of the corner of my eye the man proceeding to follow behind me. When I say follow, I don't mean he coincidentally was walking behind me. He immediately followed right behind me as soon as I passed him, making a point to maintain the same walking speed. I did not know this man's intentions, but a man by himself that late at night is a recipe for trouble. And as I looked down the dark and empty street, I weighed out my options of where to go. Initially, I thought, keep walking so he doesn't know that you're going to the adult store. But since it was 1 a.m. and there was no one on the street, I thought that to be probably more dangerous. Then I thought, just go in one of the bars. But then I thought that would give him an easier introduction to approach me. So then I realized my best bet was to continue into the store where I knew it was well lit and people could see me.
I proceeded to shop for what I came there for, and the man entered the store behind me but hung out at the front of the store so as not to look like he was following me around. He wasn't even pretending to shop. He literally just sat at the front waiting. And as I was shopping, I heard the man make sort of a s sound, to which I ignored. And he wasn't getting the message, and he continued to make this S sound as I continued to shop without noticing. And eventually I walked up to the cashier, who was completely oblivious to what was going on, and I tried to whisper to the cashier, "Do you know what that man, or does he work here?" The cashier asked me to repeat what I was saying, and asked again, but still spoke in a quiet voice. Not understanding my attempt to be discreet, the cashier responded, "I can't hear you. Say it again." At this point, I felt like my cover was blown, so in a more normal tone, I told the cashier the man in front followed me from outside and won't leave me alone. I explained my car was parked in the lot behind the store and I didn't feel comfortable going to my car, and the cashier said okay. The cash wrap area was an enclosed square-shaped counter to maintain distance between the staff and the customers. The cashier walked to the front by where the man was, and from behind the counter told the man to leave. He then came up and reassured me that he told the man to go away, though the man did not, in fact, go away. He continued to stay there. Given that I didn't want him to follow me to my car, I stayed in the store and pretended that I was still shopping, even though I had already found what I came for. I would occasionally glance at the front to see if the man was still there, and he was. And I kept going up to the cashier explaining that the man hadn't left, so he went back up to the front to talk to him. I heard the cashier say, "All right, enough already, leave the store." And while he was doing this, I went to the far back end of the store to remain out of sight, and by the time I circled back to the cashier, I noticed the man was no longer there. The cashier said that he repeatedly and more assertively told the man to leave. He said the man claimed that he didn't understand English. The cashier then pulled a baton that he kept under the counter for protection and held it over his head and asked the man, "Do you understand this?" To which the man finally left the store. I made my purchase but was still worried about walking to my car, even though I was parked in one of the first spaces near the driveway entrance. The cashier pointed at a small TV behind him that had 4 angles of CCTV footage, and he assured me that the man was gone and told me to come back into the store if I saw him again. He also said he would watch as I walked to my car. Even though I would have felt more comfortable if he had walked me to my car, I understood that he was by himself and couldn't leave the store unattended with customers. And after making my purchase, I sped walk to my car, and I always have my keys ready when walking to my car, so I promptly pressed unlock on my car remote, got in, placed my bag of purchases on the passenger seat, and proceeded to start the car. Once my car turned on, I took off the emergency brake, put the car in reverse, and while putting on my seatbelt, I looked in my side view mirror to back out. It was at this point that I saw that same man in the mirror, full-on speed walking right toward my driver's side door. You see, I was driving in a Accord at the time, and that model automatically locks the doors when you take the car out of park, and as soon as I saw him, I hit the gas and violently pulled out of the parking space. I pulled out so fast that it startled him, stopping him dead in his tracks, and he was now standing right next to my driver's side door as I continued to pull out. I gave him the most serious, dead stare I could because I know most predators feed off the fear of their victims. The stare must have worked. As soon as he saw me pulling out while staring at him, he turned his head back toward the driveway entrance and proceeded to walk back to where he had been standing. He had a look of defeat on his face. My face, however, was overcome with relief. I pulled out of the parking lot and took myself back home. And I felt a bit ashamed for being out so late by myself, and I did tell my boyfriend about the incident when he came home at 6 a.m. He also agreed that going out that late alone wasn't the smartest decision, and I'm no longer with that person, but I still live in the same town, though I never leave my home for anything past 9 o'clock anymore. While the town I live in isn't the most dangerous, there are still enough crimes that occur here that it's also not considered the safest.
As much as I love this time of year, I'm always reminded of one of the worst memories of my entire life. I've always been an outdoorsy types of person. Any chance I had to be outside, I took it. Whether it was hiking, sports, being at the beach, you name it. If it was outdoors, I was there. Now, back in high school, which at this point was around 10 years ago now, my parents signed me up for this trip with the school. They were doing this camping and hiking program, and we were going to take a weekend trip to the mountains. I loved the idea for a bunch of reasons, mainly because we were getting out of class on Friday. I was able to talk a bunch of my friends into going as well. I was so excited to spend the weekend in nature with my friends and just sort of not care about the world. Friday came and we hiked a decent chunk of this local mountain. It wasn't that bad, and I honestly think the trail was designed for beginners. Around 5:30, we decided to set up camp. There were probably about 15 students and 3 teachers. The first night, my friends and I, who were all sharing a tent, got in trouble by one of the teachers. There was a strict lights out policy by 10 p.m., and we were still very awake and active at that time. One reason why I was able to convince my friends to go was not just the no school thing on Friday, but because we could play with our Nintendo DS's in the tent. Pokemon X and Y versions had just come out and we were all playing together. And if you can't guess, we were very loud playing the game and the teacher made us turn them off. We were upset but listened to them, and I didn't sleep well that night. I could hear all kinds of noises outside of the tent. It could have been an animal, but I thought it was the teacher checking up on us throughout the night. The next morning, I was exhausted, but once we got hiking, I got into a groove and felt pretty good again. During the day, one of my friends suggested that we sneak out of the tents at night. I didn't love the idea because I hated breaking the rules, but I just really wanted to play my new game with my friends. Nightfall came once again, and we told everyone that we were hitting the sleeping bags early. It was around midnight, and I was nearly asleep when my friends woke me up to sneak away. I was groggy for a little while, but the thrill and excitement woke me up eventually. I did realize how stupid it was to sneak out in the middle of the woods at night, but I didn't think about it like that. My logic was that we weren't doing anything that bad or illegal, so the repercussions wouldn't be too severe. We walked a good distance away from the camp so we wouldn't wake anybody up. Most of us had a nearly full charge on our DS, so we said that we'd play until the DS's died and then we'd head back. The first 30 minutes were great. I felt like I was making an awesome memory that I would cherish forever. Unfortunately for me, I was about to make a memory that I would remember forever, but for all the wrong reasons. After that first 30 minutes, we heard rustling in the trees, and we all froze. My first thought was maybe a bear, and I was terrified. I didn't know what I would do. A few seconds later, a person emerged from the trees. It was jarring and unexpected, and honestly just weird. He didn't look at us, and he didn't say anything. We were all sitting on some tree branches sitting in an almost semicircle, and the strange man sat in our circle. The man looked to be maybe in his 40s. He was an average build with mostly dark hair that was slicked back. He was clean shaven, but most notably he seemed to be wearing some pretty nice clothes. I will say that it was pretty worn and dirty, but it was still a pretty nice outfit for a strange man in the woods. None of us said anything, and we kind of just looked at each other, almost paralyzed. We didn't say anything to the man either. He just sat there on the tree stump, essentially looking down at the ground. We all looked at each other and silently agreed to just get up and make our way back to the campsite. We silently counted to 3 and stood up. And as we stood up, the man stood up as well, but still stayed completely still. He didn't look up yet, and he didn't seem to be hostile. It was almost as if though he was sort of just mirroring our movements. His standing up was the final straw for us, though. We freaked out and decided to run as fast as we could back to the campsite. I started, and everyone followed. I looked back a few times, and I could see that he was lightly jogging after us, at least I think. And this was one of the worst things I'd ever seen with my own eyes. This sort of just emotionless man in the middle of the woods, seemingly chasing after us but not really trying at the same time. And his lack of emotion, even when chasing, was just so disturbing. He never seemed to sprint, and thank God we were able to lose him. At least, we thought we did. We zipped our tents quietly, and we all agreed to not tell anybody. I don't know why. We were stupid when we were kids, and we were just scared that we might get in trouble. We stayed awake the entire night, jumping at every little tree branch snapping and wind gusting. We had never been so happy to see the light of the morning. We hiked out of the woods that afternoon and never saw the man again. Since we're now safe, we figured that we would still never tell the teachers about what happened. We didn't get caught for sneaking out, and we never got hurt by that weirdo in the woods. I wanted to tell someone, but one of my friends talked me out of it. Basically, if I got in trouble, all of us could have gotten in trouble, so they thought it was best to just sort of sweep it under the carpet. And I guess I'm lucky nothing worse happened. We absolutely should have told the teachers, but at that age, the idea of just getting in trouble seemed worse, and now that I'm older, not a fall season goes by where I don't think about that weirdo in the woods. Over 4 years ago, I went to work at a warehouse in the small town that I'm from. I decided to leave after my health started to get worse physically and I was diagnosed with a panic disorder and severe anxiety after the situation that I'm about to tell you. This changed the way that I developed friendships after that job, that's for certain. So I started this job on April Fool's Day of 2018, which was odd to me, and I had no kind of high expectation of the job. All I wanted to do was my job, get paid, and go home as I had 2 children at home and many things that I could work on there. The job wasn't hard and it made pretty good money for all the duties considered, so I really couldn't complain. I worked second shift for about 5 months and I went to day shift. While working on second shift, I kept to myself mostly until one day I met someone from one of the lines after we struck up a conversation about gaming. For the sake of anonymity, we'll call him JF. Well, JF was a pretty good guy and we had a lot of things in common. I went home that night and he popped up as a suggested friend on Facebook. Again, another oddity. So I decided to add him. When I did, we started talking more at work until he suggested that we should hang out, so we did hang out, and pretty frequently. We were friends for about a month at this point, and one day, he decided that he was going to introduce me to his partner. She seemed decent at first, super nice, didn't seem to be a judgmental type, so I was cool with her. From then on, I would hang out with them when my kids were spending time with my mother. One time, we were talking at a restaurant and he started to vent to me. Dude, she's terrible sometimes. Like the other day, I forgot to take the trash out and she threatened to stab me if I didn't. I've never been in a relationship where someone's actually threatened me, but she's got good intentions, you know? When he said that to me, I was concerned, but of course, we've only been friends for about a month, so I thought that maybe he was just being sort of morbid, probably joking, and I sort of chuckled at him. He gave me a pretty serious look and said, "I'm not joking. She really did." And that specifically concerned me. Now fast forward about 8 months, they're still together and we all hang out pretty regularly, forgetting the things that he told me then. And one day, we were all talking and he seemed a little off that day, so I asked him what was wrong in front of her. He flashed a smirk and said, "Nothing, dude, I'm just a little tired." He didn't have his eyes on me though. He had them on her when I asked. When we went to work the next day, I asked him again, and he responded, "Do you promise to keep this between us?" Of course, I agreed. He said that he was breaking up with her and she went a little crazy. He said that she grabbed her gun and pointed it at him and said, "If I can't have you then, no one will." He said that he diffused the situation and is trying to look for a way out. Not really knowing what to say, I just said, "You'll figure it out, man. If you need somewhere to go, then you can come stay with me until you get her out of the house, you know?" Fast forward to another year, he finally decided to leave her. When he did, she flipped out again. This time he told her over text. She said that she was going to find him and kill him, and he was actually out at work that day with a vacation day. He sent me a text that said, "Hey, let me know if she comes over to work looking for me, okay?" And that struck me as odd because I had no idea of the situation that was unfolding. She actually did come to our job and she asked me where he was, and I said, I have no idea. I thought he was with you guys. You went out of town or something." All she did was roll up her window and drive off. I called him and told him that she came by and he called the police about it. They had found her up the road with a loaded gun in the car. 2 months later, He decided to talk to her again, and when he did, he had something to tell me. When he called me, he asked if I had seen her around, and I said I hadn't. And he says, I would take some vacation days if I were you. Dumbfounded, I asked him why, and he said to me, because she's out of jail, and her cousins are in town trying to find the people that she has personal vendettas with. You're one of them. At that point, I was terrified. I grabbed my kids and went out of town, took 2 weeks off of work. Come to find out that the next day, her and her cousins went to the next town over and shot 3 people in an apartment and killed them. I got the news about it the day after it happened. The reason why he knew that they were coming after me is because they made a Facebook Messenger group that he was included in and sent a list of names. Everyone regarded it as spam and decided to disregard the message, but he knew what it was. 3 of the names on that list were the people that they shot. The 4th name on that list was mine. After they found the evidence and he decided to go public about the group and screenshots that he had, they were all charged with first-degree murder. From then on, I was very careful about who I would stick my neck out for because even though he knew the context of that list and her intentions, he decided to not inform anyone else of what was going on. There was nothing like the classic sleepover birthday party when we were kids. Everyone getting together, playing games, staying up late, you name it. The party landed on a beautiful day. There were 10 of us kids in total, and when we arrived, we all started playing basketball. Since we were planning on playing PlayStation 2 all night, we decided to play outside and play basketball during the day since it wasn't raining or anything. We had a one-on-one tournament and played for quite some time. I don't know if kids still do this, but where we grew up, we pulled the hoop to the front of the house. We would have to get out of the road every time a car drove by, which wasn't that much. And while we were playing, we noticed this beat-up gray car drive by several times. Ordinarily, we wouldn't notice something like that, but because of the condition of the car and how many times he drove by, it was obvious. He didn't drive by us every minute either. It was every few minutes, so he wasn't just driving around the block before he would return and drive by again. And by the 4th or 5th time of him driving by, we were starting to get annoyed. Finally, the last time he drove by, he stopped at the end of the street. We all looked for a moment, but we started playing again a few seconds later. And then he started to reverse, and that's when we all got a little weirded out. He reversed until he was right underneath our basket, and he rolled down his window. He was some gross-looking guy. I just remember him having this nasty skin with a bad comb-over haircut, and in this really squeaky voice, he just says,
Hey fellas, you guys pretty good at basketball? I was actually on my way to the park to shoot some hoops, but I don't have a basketball. How about I borrow yours? You know, some of you guys can even come with me if you'd like. What do you say?
Now I know this was bad news, and I didn't want anything to do with it. I looked at my friend and said that we needed to go inside now, and I implied that his mom wasn't going to be happy about us talking with a stranger. Most of us were quick to say no, realizing that this was a situation that we'd seen a million times talked about in school. A couple of friends were so naive that they didn't realize that this could potentially be a dangerous situation. I had to grab one of my buddies who was basically about to get into the passenger seat with the guy in one of our spare balls. We all started walking inside, even though the guy was still talking to us. The one thing I heard him say, and I remember it specifically freaking me out, was when he said,
Oh, come on, guys. I won't even tell your parents. You won't get in trouble.
Even at that young age, I knew what this was, and I freaked out. We shut the front door, and I looked out the window. I saw the neighbor from across the street walk outside and started approaching the car, but he drove off before the guy could reach the car. My friends were mostly unfazed by this weird interaction, but I had the worst pit in my stomach about the entire thing. Close to dusk, my friends wanted to play hide and seek outside. I voted against the idea just because I didn't know if that sketchy guy was still lurking around, but I was outvoted. We played for a bit, and I eventually forgot about that dude.
And when I was hiding, I was trying to find a spot where nobody could find me. I thought that I achieved that, but I was about to find out how wrong I was. Behind my buddy's fence was a narrow walkway between the back of his fence and the fence of the neighbor who lived behind him. All these houses had fences, so the walkway went almost the entire stretch of the street. I was hiding in this narrow walkway thinking that none of my friends would think to look behind the fences. And while I was leaning against one of the wooden beams, I heard footsteps on the thick grass. Since nobody mowed back there, the grass was pretty wild, and I looked down the path and saw someone walking in my direction, but it was just dark enough outside that I couldn't tell for sure who it was. When they got closer, I clearly saw who it was. It was the guy from the gray car, and he was approaching me with this big smile on his face, and in a voice a little louder than a whisper, he said,
Hey, bud, how about that basketball? You guys don't seem to be using it now.
I kept saying sorry that I didn't have one, and I continued stepping in the opposite direction. I could hear him breathing and moving faster toward me the more I moved away. And if you're wondering why I wasn't screaming and yelling for help, the answer now is because I was stupid, I guess. I was for sure scared, and I knew that this was bad, but for some reason I remember being scared that if I yelled, it would somehow make things worse. I don't know why. This was just my logic in the moment. I started to move faster down the narrow walkway, and I could hear him moving even faster than before. I don't know exactly how close he was, but I could hear his breathing, and it felt like he was right on top of me. And then I heard a loud voice yell,
Hey you, what are you doing? You know that kid?
I just kept running. I heard the guy chasing me say something under his breath, and then he jumped over one of the fences. I ran as fast as I could and shouted for all my friends to meet me back in front of the house. The neighbor emerged from the narrow path and knocked on the door of my friend. He talked to his mom for a little bit, and then she made us stay inside for the rest of the night. I was happy, but some of my friends were upset. And nothing more happened that night, and I never saw that guy or that car again. It wasn't until I was much older that I realized how scary and horrible this could have been. It was scary then, but it didn't traumatize me. I just think as a child I didn't understand the severity of the situation. Parents out there, just please watch your children. There truly are monsters hiding everywhere. I grew up in a very old house in the Midwest that my parents got for a steal. It was originally built as a hotel, and the seller was very motivated to get rid of it. Now, growing up, weird things happen all the time. The typical malarkey that is easy to ignore for years and years. Footsteps, strange shadows, the feeling of being watched or followed. Swearing that you see someone in the room right as you wake up. The room in the basement that chills your blood every time for no reason, and the occasional hard-to-explain moments. I moved to the West Coast in my 20s for school and self-discovery. During a visit from my family, my sister told me that they had met a ghost in the house, and I was pretty skeptical, but my entire family backed her up. She was in her room and her radio had been acting up, so just in the off chance, she said, "Okay, if you are a ghost, could you please just stop it?" And the radio turned off. She waited a moment and then said, "Wait. If you are a ghost, turn it on." And the radio turned on. After some experimentation, they devised a system of communication. Volume up was yes, volume down was no. The digital readout on the volume was 0 to 30, so 1 was A, 2 was B, 3 was C, and so on. If the radio turned off, then it was a sort of hard no or off-limits question. And through this system, the ghost had explained that he wanted to be called Jason. He had died in the house in 1905 at age 5 when he was sick, and he lived in the house alongside us with his kind of mother and evil father. When they asked if he loved his father, the volume went to 0 and turned off. In fact, he refused most questions about his father. Apparently, he was the cause of the more malevolent experiences that people had in that house. I was definitely intrigued and went back home that year to visit for a chance to experience this for myself. However, when I arrived, Jason refused to interact with me. I would leave the table and the radio would pop on. My sisters would call me back and the radio would turn off instantly. He didn't want to have anything to do with me. As I thought about this, I remembered an experience I had before moving to the West Coast. I had been lying in bed one night when I felt a hand ruffle my hair playfully. I freaked out. I shot out of bed and turned on the light, pulled out my chest, and overconfidently yelled, "You do not know who I am or what I'm capable of. If you try that again, you'll regret it. Don't you dare mess with me." And then several picture frames on my desk flew off onto the floor belligerently, and I stayed at a friend's house that night. One night on my trip after Jason refused to talk to me, I spoke out loud, "Hey, I'm sorry if it was you who I yelled at that one night. I bet you were trying to play or introduce yourself to me and I got scared. I didn't need to be so mean to you, and I understand if you don't want to talk to me." The radio turned on. "Hey, are you the Jason I heard so much about?" And the volume went up. "Did I yell at you that night before I left?" And the volume went up again and then went back down to a reasonable level. "I'm sorry about that. Can we be friends?" And the volume went up again. It was incredible. He had introduced himself to several family friends as well. And to prove he wasn't some sort of hacked radio, he would do additional tasks. He would ring our doorbell. He would push crayons around on the table. He even did a really incredible trick for us. You see, while asking about the logistics of being a ghost, he had volume up that he could travel anywhere almost instantly. And to test it, we called up a family friend on the West Coast. This friend put out a newspaper on their kitchen table, and Jason then visited them and came back to set the volume to the date on the paper. The radio turned off for a moment, then seconds later it set the volume to 17. The friend said, "So close. The paper was for the 18th. But Jason was not convinced. Volume up, volume down, 17. Volume up, volume down, 17, 17, 17, 17. The friend checked again and apologized. "Oh, he's right. I misremembered. It's the paper from the 17th. He refused to answer questions about God or religion, and he gave us a few answers that contradicted as well. He told us that he didn't need to sleep, but he had told my sister a few months earlier that he did. One thing he seemed to know was how long he would be there. Through the volume Ouija system, he told my sister that he would be around until her 28th birthday, then his family would move on to the next phase. At the time, this was a couple of years into the future, and sure enough, we never heard from him after that. During his time with us, he would occasionally visit our dreams. We would have these extremely realistic dreams where a boy in a white hooded robe would say hi to us, ask to play hide and seek with us, or ask us questions about ourselves. Then he would confirm with my sister that he had visited us. He used to play the radio primarily, but in the final year he got better at manipulating other electronics. He could make printers print messages. He could manipulate televisions. He even sent us texts in the last few months. My mother had texted me, "I see you, haha," when I was back in the West Coast a couple of years after all of this. And I texted her back, "Did you come out here to visit? Where are you?" But she was confused. She said she was in the Midwest at home, and her phone had no evidence of sending a text with that message to me. I texted back, "I think Jason has sent me a message. Hi, Jason." And I got a reply, "Hi," again, not from my mom. My sister even once got a call with a picture of Obama in the caller ID saying Mr. President, but there was nobody there when she answered and apparently no callback number. The radio confirmed with a volume up that Jason was just goofing around. It was a wild few years with that crazy kid haunting our devices. My family still has that radio out just in case, but it hasn't turned on in years, and my sister is now well into her 30s. I know this will be met with a lot of skepticism. Even I was very skeptical until I was able to meet him myself. However, I think it's finally time to share this and to answer questions people might have about it. So, what do you got? Ask me anything. Does my family still live in the house? Yes, they do. My mom and sister are around, and there's been no communication or experiences from Jason or the father since my sister turned 28. You realize Jason is a demon/lying spirit or malevolent entity sent to trick you, right? Maybe. We haven't ruled that out, but it felt pretty chill. And yes, I get that could be part of it. How did the parents die? It's unclear to us too. I wish we had found more info on them as well. Why didn't you record it? Well, we tried. Electronic recording was interfered with or might even glitch every single time. Jason didn't want to be recorded. Camcorders glitched. Phone video didn't save or seemed to be immediately deleted. Even audio recordings didn't work around the radio when he was active, or otherwise he would just turn off. Did you ever investigate the history or death records of the house? Did a boy named Jason actually live and die there? We did, and we found a record of a death of a 5-year-old boy from illness. His name was not Jason though, but everything else was in line with what he told us. How did a 5-year-old know how to read, write, and spell? Honestly, I have no clue, but he could. I personally always figured that he had picked up some tricks in the afterlife, but who knows? And others have theorized that if this family had this property at the time, they might have been socioeconomically at the top of the class back then, and he might have received a better education than most kids at that time, and who knows, maybe even comparatively to now. You expect us to believe this crap? Where's your proof? I expect some will believe and some won't, and that's fine with me. I'm not here to prove anything, I just thought it was a cool experience and figured some others would enjoy knowing about it too.
Don't pout, you are going to love this romantic adventure, my wife said while driving. Fine, I replied. Mary was determined to prove to me that she had been nothing but faithful to me and that she loved me with all her heart. That was the reason she was taking me on some romantic adventure to God knows where. Well, to be honest, I don't trust her. I used to, but not anymore since the day I saw a man coming out to my house when she was alone. I never saw or caught her in action, but my instincts were telling me something was wrong. I'm not saying that she was cheating on me, but whatever she was hiding was making me even more doubtful of her. What made me lose my trust even more was when I confronted her, she did not come clean, nor did she refuse infidelity. She only kept saying that she loved me and that she was faithful to me. All of these doubts were making me lose my mind. But today, all of a sudden, she told me that she had a surprise for me and forced me to come with her. The entire way, she kept driving silently without letting a word from her mouth. I also did not say anything and let the silence prevail. After 2 hours of driving, she entered the car in a jungle, and after going deeper for about 15 minutes, she stopped. "What is this?" I asked in annoyance as I looked at the area which was decorated with balloons and roses. "Happy anniversary, dear," she said with a big smile on her face. And that's when I remembered today was our anniversary, which I had completely forgotten. For some reason, as I looked around thinking what an excellent job she had done preparing this, I felt guilty for not even buying a gift for her. The site looked like a perfect example of romantic couple goals that I'd only seen in pictures, and it was breathtaking. "When did you do all this?" I asked hesitantly. "I've been preparing this for over a month now, and there is still a huge surprise left for you," she said in a slow, flirty tone while wrapping her arms around my neck. I figured it must be something naughty, a sexual surprise she is referring to. Thinking of that made me blush. I guess I could forgive her for one day since she put so much effort to give me such an amazing surprise. She took out 2 glasses, poured my favorite wine into them, and handed one to me. As she continued taking sips of wine through her glass, she put my favorite song on the speakers. "May I have this dance?" After putting her glass aside, she asked. I took her hand and started dancing with her. I was loving every second of this to the point where I started to have second thoughts about the doubts I had of her. That is when I saw the same man from back then coming in our direction, with 2 others carrying a huge white cake that resembled the one we had at our wedding. That's Mark and his team. I hired them to prepare this surprise for you. I immediately realized that all this time, I was misunderstanding my wife when she was preparing all of this for me. Tears started falling from my eyes, which were reeking of the guilt I had been carrying around with me. They placed the cake on the middle wooden table and then left. "Thank you, honey. Thank you so much." After saying that, I leaned to kiss her, but she stopped me. "Hold that thought. First, take a look at your surprise." She gave me a weird smile and then turned her head to the cake. "What surprise?" I looked at where she was staring in surprise and then understood that it might be one of those cakes that have something hidden inside. I went ahead and removed the top part and froze in terror after seeing what was inside. You want to know what I saw 3 months ago when I went to your company for a surprise visit? You were suspecting me of infidelity, right? But you know what? I'm not the one sleeping with my secretary, she said without making eye contact with me. After that, she dipped her index finger into the cake and licked it, while I stood there petrified looking at the chopped up body of Susan stuffed inside. She grabbed the knife that was beside the cake and cut herself a piece. So this is what betrayal tastes like, she said after taking a bite. I was too terrified to look in her direction, but I knew she was thinking of something sinister. I opened my mouth to say something. I felt something getting stabbed in my lower abdomen. I looked, and it was the knife that she was holding. I turned my head up to look at her face, and tears were streaming through her eyes. The pain was unbearable, and that is when she pulled the knife back and stabbed me again. I fell on my knees and saw her walking to the cake and pouring alcohol on it. She walked around throwing alcohol on every single thing that she had prepared for our anniversary. Giving me a disgusted look, she took out a lighter and put the fire on everything. I saw her walking further away from me without turning back once. She stopped in front of the car for a minute, but then she went in and drove off. I started to lose consciousness, and within a few minutes, everything went blank. It was when I opened my eyes, I realized I was still alive. I was being carried to an ambulance, and there were officers in forest uniforms around me. I guess they were the ones who saved me. Again, I lost consciousness, and I woke up in the hospital. Police were there to take my statement, but I did not reveal the truth to them. Everything was burnt off, and there was nothing but ashes found there. Even Susan's body was burnt off completely. So I made up the story that she took me there and stabbed me, but then accidentally everything got caught up in fire and I lost consciousness. I know I had been cheating on Mary, and reporting her to the police would be the right thing to do, but for some reason, I couldn't. Maybe it was because I was guilty of being the reason she did what she did, or maybe it was because even after she almost killed me, I was still in love with her. Whatever it was, I'm only resentful toward myself for everything that had happened till this point. When I first met Mary, she was the kindest, most beautiful person I had ever seen. After dating her for 3 years, I married her, and it has been 5 years since our marriage. I got lost and ended up having an affair. Even then, I did not feel guilt or remorse and doubted my wife, who had done nothing but give me love for the past 8 years. Only if I had had more faith in our marriage, only if I had never cheated on her, maybe things would have been different today. As I was laying on a hospital bed, I couldn't help but feel regret thinking about everything. Police are searching for Susan, but it's obvious they will never be able to find her, nor would I ever reveal the truth. Maybe it's because I want to feel that Mary and I are even now. Doesn't matter if it's true or not.
I was in my office when I heard of my Uncle Bruno's death, which made me feel devastated. While growing up back in Ohio, Uncle Bruno was the only person I was close with among my other relatives. But after getting into college, I moved to Texas and was only able to make my visits occasionally. After getting off work, I decided to go directly to Ohio from my office. So I took out my car from the driveway and started driving towards my hometown. I called my mom, letting her know that I was coming and I was on my way. She asked me to pick up a suit on my way because they were going to arrange the funeral the next morning. While I was driving, I started reminiscing my past with Uncle Bruno. How he used to play hide and seek with me, how he taught me how to play baseball, and how he used to sneak up gifts for me from my mom's eyes. Remembering all those sweet moments made my eyes wet with tears, and I could not stop them from flowing down. As I was lost in these memories while driving, I noticed a girl showing her thumb from a distance trying to hitchhike. I thought about what a girl was doing in such a remote, unsafe area, and at this time at night on top of that. So I decided to give her a ride and stop the car. She asked me where I was going and I told her that I was headed to Ohio. She did not disclose her destination. Instead, she said that it was right before Ohio and she would tell me where to drop her off, which I understood. Being a girl and hitchhiking on a stranger's car could get pretty dangerous. But I wasn't the kind of guy who would ever do anything to a girl. I asked her name, but she kept quiet. So I understood that she didn't want to talk and decided to quietly drive to our destination. You know, it's strange that if you're driving alone silently, you don't notice it, but if there's someone in your car while the ride and there is silence, you suddenly become pretty aware of it. I was driving at a safe speed when I noticed the gas station that was there, and she spoke only to ask me to make us stop because she needed to go to the bathroom. I stopped the car and parked it near the gas station. She got off and went to the bathroom. It had been over 15 minutes since she went to the bathroom, and I was waiting for her. Still, I had no choice. I continued waiting. Another 10 minutes passed and she still had not returned from the bathroom. I thought about leaving her for once, but then I looked around the area and it did not seem safe, even for a man, let alone a girl here. That was when she returned and apologized to me, saying that the bathroom door got stuck when she was trying to exit, and she struggled to open it since it was hard for her. I told her it was okay, and that if she needed help, she could have called for me, but again she kept quiet. So I started the car and drove towards the destination. It was a long drive till we reached Ohio, so I told her to take a shut-eye if she felt tired. But she did not, and continued to stay awake while the ride was going on. I understood she might be worried about me taking advantage of her, but I had no such intention. And being a stranger, there was no way I could have convinced her about that. As I was continuously driving for hours without taking a rest, I started to feel a bit tired and sleepy. And thank God, I'd already brought some energy drinks when I was leaving the town. So I took them out and started drinking them. The girl turned her head towards me and started staring. "Oh, this? It's an energy drink." I was feeling sleepy and so I took it out. "Do you want one? I have another one with me." I asked her and she shook her head no and turned her head to the road and continued looking out there for the rest of the ride. As we were about to get to the border of Ohio around 4 in the morning, she asked me to stop the car near a store and told me that I could go. I asked her if it was safe for her to stop here and she told me that she lived nearby and someone was coming to pick her up soon. After wishing her goodbye, I drove to my place and reached there about half an hour or so. When Mom asked me if I packed a suit or not, I told her that I forgot, and in response, she said that she already knew and told me that she had asked someone to buy one for me already. I went to Uncle Bruno's room. Everything looked the same as I left. Every corner of the room, the house, everything was filled with memories of him. I asked Mom if Cousin Frank was coming, and she told me that he would reach by evening. Frank was Uncle Bruno's son, but he was very selfish and greedy. He was always only after Uncle Bruno's property, which Uncle Bruno denied ever giving him. But I guess he was still his son, and may have even loved his father. Same evening, instead of Frank, a call from the hospital came informing us that Frank was met by an accident and was admitted to the hospital, and that was on the outskirts of this town. I went there to check on his condition, and he was seriously injured, specifically his hands, which were broken in a manner as if someone intentionally did that to him. When he regained his consciousness, he started shouting that the girl with the lion tattoo did that to him. It was weird that the girl that I gave a ride to also had a pretty visible lion tattoo on her neck. He was admitted to the hospital for a few days. Mom told me to go back to work and that she would take care of everything. While I was going back, I did not see the girl, even though I kept thinking about her. Only because I felt it to be a weird coincidence that my perverted cousin would mention a girl with a similar feature as her. One day during work, I heard 2 of my colleagues talk about a hitchhiker on the highway road where I met her. The description they said also matched the girl. According to them, the girl hitchhikes, and if the person giving her a ride tries to take advantage of her or anything, she punishes them in a way that they never forget.
The night was pitch black, and the rain was pouring down heavily outside. I found myself alone at home, looking for something exciting to do. With my love for the paranormal, I decided to watch one of the scariest Hollywood movies, The Conjuring. My friends had dared me to watch it alone at midnight, and I had accepted the challenge. The movie was approaching a horror scene when I realized that my popcorn was finished. So I went into the kitchen to make some more. As I was in the middle of making the popcorn, I suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream that pierced through the silence and reverberated through the entire house. The scream sounded like it came from just outside the kitchen, startling me to the core. My heart raced, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. I couldn't help but wonder what was outside the kitchen, waiting for me in the dark. As I walked into the dining room, my eyes were immediately drawn to the laptop sitting on the table. The eerie glow of the screen illuminated the room, casting strange shadows on the furniture. I approached the table, feeling a sense of unease as I realized that the movie I had been watching was still playing. I must have absentmindedly brought it with me and forgotten to pause it. I took a deep breath and reached out to hit the pause button, but my relief was short-lived when I realized the movie was still playing. The scene that greeted me was enough to make my skin crawl. A ghostly figure perched on top of the wardrobe, pouncing on one of the girls. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of dread creep over me. My heart was racing, and my palms were sweating as I frantically hit the pause button, but the movie continued to play. After a few attempts, I finally managed to pause it on a scene that sent shivers down my spine. It had been a long time since I watched a horror movie alone. I never felt this scared before, and I couldn't understand why I felt an overwhelming sense of fear. As I turned to go to the kitchen to grab my popcorn, I was suddenly overcome by the voice of the next scene, which echoed through the house. I hesitated, feeling a sense of trepidation as I turned to face the dining room where the voice was coming from. My steps faltered as I approached the door of the room again. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my legs trembled with fear. I couldn't fathom why this was happening to me. Was my laptop malfunctioning and causing the movie to glitch? Or was something more sinister at play? I couldn't shake off the unease that had settled on me like a heavy cloak. As I reached for the doorknob, I closed my eyes and whispered a prayer, hoping beyond hope that what I was about to witness was just an issue with the movie and not something paranormal. As I approached the laptop, the flickering light from the screen illuminated the room, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The scene that unfolded before my eyes was one of the ghostly figures haunting the group of girls, their pale faces twisted in agony. The haunting presence sent shivers down my spine as I drew closer, my fingers trembling with trepidation. While reaching for the power button, my heart pounded in my chest and my breath caught in my throat. I inhaled deeply as I steeled myself and pressed the button. The silence that followed seemed almost deafening. Carefully, I picked up the laptop, feeling its weight in my hands, walked to my room and placed it back in its bag. The experience had left me feeling drained and unsettled, the haunting images still fresh in my mind. Not even the thought of food could settle my nerves, so I decided to retire for the night, hoping for a peaceful sleep. I was on the verge of drifting off to sleep when the sound of water flowing from the bathroom startled me. The resonance of the running water reverberated through my ears and caused my heart to race with fear. I felt a sense of apprehension rise within me as I peered toward the source of the sound with wide eyes. The sound grew louder and more persistent, causing my anxiety to escalate. Regardless, I knew I had no other option but to investigate the noise source and turn it off. With shaky legs, I reluctantly got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. The sound of the water grew louder as I neared the shower area. My heart was pounding so hard that I could feel it in my ears as I extended my hand hesitantly to draw back the shower curtain. When I drew the curtain back, a sense of dread washed over me as I realized that the shower wasn't running. Instead, only a few droplets trickled out, creating a soft clinking sound. My body started to tremble uncontrollably as I tried turning the knob as tightly as possible to prevent further leakage. I was struggling to comprehend why so many inexplicable and eerie occurrences were happening around me when I had never encountered anything like this before. It was as if the fabric of reality had been torn apart as multiple paranormal activities had unfolded before my eyes. As someone who had always been drawn to the thrill of watching Hollywood horror movies, I had never experienced anything that came close to that level of fear or unease. It felt like I was a character in one of those movies, except that it was all too real this time. Was my new apartment the site of some dark and evil energy? Or was something else at work? I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was very, very wrong. My heart racing, I suddenly jolted awake in my bed, my mind still caught in the grip of that terrifying nightmare. As I looked around the room trying to get my bearings, I noticed the movie's end credits playing on my laptop screen. I realized I had fallen asleep while watching it. Taking a deep breath and feeling a sense of relief wash over me, I quickly shut down the computer and reached for the jug of water on my nightstand, hoping to calm my nerves and steady my shaking hands.
Kidnapped. I was hammered the other night, partying with the guys when I heard someone shout, "Let's order some more booze." I looked in that direction, and I think it was Chester. He was my ex-boyfriend, and I have no idea when he got here, so I was a bit confused. Maybe I was imagining him being here. I tried to get up and walk to the bathroom, but I stumbled and was caught by someone before I could fall. Whoever it was, I couldn't recognize him due to my drunken state. But I could tell that he had a jacked body as I touched his chest. I heard a faint voice asking if I was okay before I completely lost all my senses. The next morning, I woke up from a thirst along with a throbbing headache. It almost felt as if I was hit by a rock or something. I tried to look around to find some water, only to realize the unfamiliar surrounding I was in. This wasn't my room. Where in the world was I? Wondering all that, I tried to get up, only to get dumbstruck by another realization. I was naked. I looked around and there was no one else beside me, while my clothes were all over the room. Did I? I shook the thought and started getting dressed up, and then walked out of the room. I remembered partying with my friends, Jack, Sarah, and Henry, and there was Sarah's boyfriend too, but I didn't remember much after getting drunk. How in the world did I end up in someone's bedroom? Did they let me go home with someone else in a drunken state? As I walked down the stairs, thinking of exiting the house, I heard a clicking sound, so I hid while trying to get a peek at who it might be. A well-formed man with olive skin and black hair entered with a McDonald's bag in his hand, and after closing the door, he looked in my direction. Since he had already noticed me, there was no use in hiding, so I got out and told him that I would be leaving. "I don't think so." A mesmerizing, husky voice invaded my ears as he grabbed my hand and yanked me in front of him as I tried to pass by him. What do you think you're doing?" I asked in frustration as I looked into his steel gray eyes. "Finish this first, then we will talk." I won't lie, I was intimidated by him as he gave me command and walked away, but it exasperated me. There was also distress building up. So if I wanted to escape this place safely, I had to do exactly as he said. I took a seat and started devouring the double quarter pounder that he had brought me along with some friends. And since I was already hungry and hungover, I fished everything. Judging by the surrounding, the guy was in his room, so I walked to the front door and tried to open it, only to find it locked. Now this situation was getting rather unnerving. Why would he do something like that? I understand that I may have gotten carried away last night since I was intoxicated, but he must have known that. This was getting frightening. What was he planning to do? Was he some sort of psychopath who was going to keep me locked in this house? I started imagining all kinds of nerve-wracking scenarios where I could picture something horrible happening to me. There was no way I was going to let this creep have his way, so I tried to look around to find something to use for my defense when my eyes went to cat-shaped ceramic decor. I was startled right after picking it up when I noticed him standing at the end of the hallway while carefully observing me. He didn't look surprised or angry and started walking in my direction. "What do you want?" I barely managed to get those words out when he grabbed the decor from my hand and placed it back in its place. "I was hired to sleep with you, film you, and then ruin you. But before I could do anything, you threw up on me and ruined my mood," he said in a calm, low-toned voice that sent shivers down my spine. "Hired?" I stuttered. It almost felt like a knot was forming in my throat. My steps automatically started backing away from the guy, and tears started to build up out of panic. But instead of doing anything, he sat on the couch and took out his phone without making eye contact with me. Here, the guy was drunk, but he still saved his number in my phone. He showed me the screen, and I could recognize this number anywhere. It was Chester. "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to you anymore. I was also drunk last night when I saw you partying with your friends. You seemed hot, so I was going to ask for your number. But then the guy said you were a cheating whore who sleeps with multiple guys and tries to act all righteous, high and mighty in front of the others. He told me he would pay me $1,000 if I did this, so I accepted." The more he spoke, the more angst I was feeling. "Please, just let me go." He flinched as I said that. He slowly got up from the couch while putting his phone back in his pocket and walked toward me at a hair-raising pace. Before I could run away, he grabbed me, threw me on his shoulders, and took me back to the bedroom I woke up this morning. As he threw me on the bed, his steel gray eyes stared straight into my soul. And the look he had was of a maniac. That was when I realized not all handsome, dreamy-looking men come out of fairy tales that we all have heard throughout our childhood, or the situation from a drama or comic where a drunk girl ends up in the same room as a handsome man, and the two of them end up falling in love with each other. The look he had at that time when he was glaring at me was not someone a girl would want to be with. It was terrifying enough to make me shake in my shoes. And as he started closing up the distance between us, it was sending me into cold sweat. He grabbed a fist of my hair and said while pulling it, "I said I won't do anything to you, nor was I ever planning to do what the jerk said. But I never said I would let you go." As he said this with chilling low tones, his deep and husky voice wasn't mesmerizing anymore. Instead, it penetrated my ears like nails on a chalkboard as it filled me with terror.
Sam, are you still hiring for that position? Senior Manager George walked into my office unannounced and asked me. I think so, but I need to check with HR first to see if they had already hired someone, I told him, focusing on all the paperwork present in front of me. It would be good if they did not, he said while taking the chair opposite of me. Pardon? I raised my head in confusion as I heard him say that. Well, it's because I have someone in mind. His tone was clear to interpret that he was trying to say hiring the person he was suggestive. Send the resume and HR will contact them for an interview date. I focused back on the documents and said in a calm voice. Now that's more like it. I'd be looking forward to a position answer from your end. He got up with a smile and said, walking out of my office. I know it was somewhat an informative sentence that he just spoke. He was telling me to only hire that person or he would make my life a living hell. I was working at this firm as a manager in a different department, so I was nowhere near under his jurisdiction. But since I was in the fashion department and he was in sales, the two of our works were always clashing. That was the reason I was always ignoring his bullying and continued to focus on my work, despite his weird remarks that I often tend to ignore because I wanted to work peacefully without having any bad blood between coworkers. I'm guessing he had caught up to it, and that must be the reason why he always tried to meddle in my affairs, just like today. But it didn't matter to me anyway. We needed to hire someone anyway, whether it was going to be someone he suggested. I was still going to conduct the interview fairly. I went to the HR department after that. I asked for the recruiter who was in charge of the hiring process for the fashion department. Guessing from his nervous expression, I figured he could not find a suitable candidate for the position yet, but I still had to ask because you never know. Mr. Pedro, did you fill a vacant position in the fashion department? My tone was rather strict, professional, and in response, he looked up to me replying hesitantly, "No, sir, but we're looking for it." "No need. There's a candidate senior manager George is sending, so conduct a fair interview with them. And if the candidate gets selected in the second round, then conduct his final round with me." I gave him the instruction for the interview and then walked out from there. Since I still had many paperwork to look at, I went directly to my office and started working. About an hour later, someone knocked at the office door. I knew who it might be, so I told the person to come inside. And just like I predicted, it was the HR head, Jennifer. "Sam, did you ask my recruiter to interview someone from Connections?" She went straight to the point the moment she walked in. "Yes, I did. But don't worry, I have given clear instructions that the interview would be just like any other," I said, crossing my arms and giving my entire focus on her. "And who are you to give instructions to my HR? You know better that I don't like it when any of you try to meddle with my work. I can tell this to the director and both of you can get fired. You know that, right?" she said, slamming her hands on the table. "I know that, and you know this better than anyone, that I never interfere with the affairs of your department," I said. "That is exactly why I'm letting this slide just this once. But you better start standing up for yourself and stop being a pushover or you're gonna make enemies. At least I will be one." She walked out after scolding me. Her straightforward personality was one of the reasons why I liked her so much, and the way she always got angry when I was forcing to do something just because of him. But she knew very well that I did not like responding to his idiotic and childish behavior. But these days, it was just getting out of hand. That evening after finishing my work, I was heading outside the building when I walked by the smoking area and overheard George talking to someone about how he was 100% confident that even if the candidate he recommended bombed the interview, he or she would get hired. He claimed to know how to walk all over me and make me do whatever he wanted. Well, hearing that surely pissed me off. I took out my phone and dialed Jennifer's number. "Are you still opposing my choice to interview George's candidate?" I asked the moment she picked up. "Yes, why? Did you change your mind?" she replied, asking me. I did. And you said something about the director firing us if he knew of this. Can you inform him about this as well?" I said in a calm voice. "Sure, will do. Good decision, Sam." I could feel her big smile through her words, which were praising me. The next day after lunch, I was called into the director's office. As I walked in, I saw George already standing there with sweat beads on his forehead, ready to fall any second now. The expression on the director's face was of the angry beast who had just noticed someone crossing his boundaries. He was telling us that he received a complaint from the HR head about the connection hiring, which was strictly against the company rules. George tried to pin that on me, but the director got even angrier at this, saying he knew pretty well as Jennifer told him that it was his niece he was trying to get hired. "Sam, I'm letting you off with a warning this time, but George, you will be suspended for a week. Your abuse of your power you have acquired with your position. In the meantime, I will be getting your employees investigated to see if you had hired someone else with a connection. This better be the last time, or else you will be fired without any pay. You guys can go now." He gave his command, and the two of us bowed before heading out. "You did this, didn't you?" The moment we walked out, he charged at me, but I grabbed his hand with a smile. "So?" I replied calmly. "I warned you before that I can make your life a hell if you cross me," he said in a warning tone. "It's you who should watch out now." He flinched as I said that before walking away. Just because I chose to stay silent, he took it as my weakness. But he had no idea that despite his position, it was me who could make his life a living hell. He was the one who needs to watch out for his every step from now on if he doesn't want to get fired.
This happened a few years ago while I was living in Florida. I'm a female and around 20 years old. I had been going through a pretty rough patch in my life and had the great idea to take a few tabs of LSD and go to St. Augustine for a day trip to take my mind off of everything. St. Augustine is notorious for being insanely haunted, but it's one of my favorite places to go. I went by myself and made the 3-hour drive. This wasn't out of the ordinary for me. I often went on adventures like this by myself, and I always had a great time. So I went to the historic downtown and spent my peak looking around all the cool shops, and even made one hell of a walk to the lighthouse. Passing by tons of tourists and people going about their day when you're tripping balls walks the fine line of exciting and terrifying, and I love that feeling. When I started coming down, I went back to my car and decided to go to the beach as there was still a solid 2 hours of daylight left. I thought being on the beach during sunset, while being in the more mental part of the trip, would be amazing. I found some random pull-off area that you had to drive down a mile or so before you hit the parking lot. Not one other car was in it, which was welcomed after being in crowds all day. And this lot was a giant circle and was surrounded by trees and marshy land. Off to the side was a boardwalk that you had to walk quite a ways down to get to the beach. Once I finally got to the sand, I left my shoes by the boardwalk so I could find where it was when I came back. I was still not in my right mind by any means, and the entrance was pretty well hidden. I then walked for a solid 45 minutes down the beach. I found a nice spot with a washed-up log where I could put my bag and clothes while I went for a swim. While I was in the water, I started getting to myself and thinking about all the stories about how extremely haunted this beach truly was. Not long after that, I had a very intense burning up my side. Think like if you get a severe scratch or cut and put rubbing alcohol on it immediately. So my high ass is thinking a ghost had just tried to take me into the depths, and I got out of the water as quick as possible. Upon closer inspection on the log, I realized that it was a jellyfish sting, and I laughed it off. The sun was going down quickly, and I remembered that I had quite a trek back to my car. The jellyfish sting was also a huge damper on my mood, so I grabbed up everything, and by the time I made it to the boardwalk again, it was dusk. The boardwalk was probably a half-a-mile walk back to my car. I had only barely started walking down it when I heard someone talking. A few seconds later, I came across a dirty, older-looking homeless man talking to himself, swinging around a huge machete at plants on the side. I froze in my tracks, not knowing what the hell to do. He was slowly walking in the direction I was, so I decided to try to keep pace with him and follow behind as quietly as possible. This was going well for about 5 minutes, and then he just stopped. I froze in place, not knowing what to do. I decided to just walk by as quickly and calmly as possible in hopes that he wouldn't say anything to me and just keep swinging his machete at the plants. As soon as I passed him, I heard him say something to me. He must have been on something too, because I couldn't understand what he said. I didn't look back and I didn't say anything at all, I just kept walking. I heard his footsteps start to follow behind me. I picked up the pace, hoping that he would lose interest. Unfortunately, this didn't happen. I heard him right behind me, following me a few feet behind, and every once in a while he'd say something, but I ignored him and never looked back. In my mind, I was convinced that if I looked back, he would attack me with that machete and it would be all over. He started saying things to me more frequently, but I still refused to look back or respond in any way. He was becoming angry that I wouldn't acknowledge him and began shouting. I felt the wind from the machete swing behind me, and I started to just full-on run at that point. I knew the parking lot wasn't too far away by now, and I figured my heightened senses from that dose would easily allow me to outrun him. To my horror, he began running too. It was completely dark outside now, and my adrenaline was in full force. I finally made it to the lot and somehow got my keys out of my bag in record time. I jumped in my car and floored it out of there. When I was coming out of the circle, I saw him standing off to the side of the road. He was screaming something and angrily swinging that machete around. I tried to come towards my car, but I honked the horn and drove past him, flying down the road away from this maniac. My friends had always warned me against these little adventures, as I was a young, fairly good-looking girl. It was a running joke that I'd get murdered one day while on one of these. And that experience made me realize how real of a possibility that could actually be.
In the world where internet is the source of everything in daily life, there are parts of internet you will wish you never came to know. I got to know about this part of the internet when I was working on my assignment project, and I needed a route that isn't easily available in my place, and I was trying to do the nursery and find the route, but no mystery said that they had that. I was asking favors from the guys from the diner that we worked at, and then one of the guys told me that there was a place where I can find them all, but there's a place that I can get whatever I want, and however rare it might be, I could find it there. And then he told me that in order to get that, I could be using a Tor browser. I had no idea what it was. It was the first time. I was not sure that it would be safe, so I told one of the technical friends to help me out with it, and he told me to get another laptop if I don't want my information to a suspicious stranger. And then I found it. I used one of the laptops that I found on Craigslist for $60, and then I started trying to find it, and my friend logged it in carefully, and we started surfing through the dark web, and we reached a place where I could find the route. It was some dealer from Cambodia who was ready to sell us the route, and I was relieved. It meant too much, and then he demanded $1,000 for it. There was no way I was going to pay $1,000 for it. And then my friend, he told me that it's better that we don't surf on here much, and he told me to take the call information and make rest of the deal through the phone, and we did. I was about to call him when my friend stopped and said, "Why do you want to hand out your contact information to a sketchy guy? They'll figure out everything from that. Just call from a payphone." And then we headed out to the payphone and started the conversation about the price negotiation. He was trying to act like he was tough to shake. I told him that $50 is the highest that I will go for it, and then after minutes of negotiation, we agreed on $60. I let him have the last call. I was willing to give him the $100, so I won anyways. It was the route very specific to Cambodia, and I was meant to get the route in 4 days because it was being shipped. And then he later gave me some information about the dropout and where I can pick it up. I had to take it from his cousin Tran in the States. I realized which Tran he was talking about. He lived in our town. When he gave me the address, I was surprised to see that. Tran was in the same class as me. 4 days later, I saw Tran was standing away from his home and onto Miss Park's driveway. He looked suspicious. I knew he was waiting for me, but he did not know what. When I approached Tran, he said, "What are you doing here?" We shook hands, and then I said, "I'm waiting for someone. You better leave, could be dangerous." And I told him, "No, it's not. I'm the guy you're waiting for. You got the package." And he looked at me and said, "Damn, man, I did not know you played like that. What's in the box?" And I told him that it was the route for a class project, and then he said, "Oh, shit, I totally forgot about that." And then I went on and put $60 out for him to take. And he looked at me and said, "It's 100, big man." And I told him that I had to deal with his cousin and $60. And then Tran said, "US rules here, baby, not Cambodia. You have to give the cut." And I refused. And then he said, "All right, cool with me. I'll keep it and get the grade up on the assignment. So cool, you can go." And that is when I reeled in and said, "Fine, take $100, just give me the route." I wasn't going to go through all that and not get my grades better. He took the $100 and went back to his house. Next day, we met again in the school. It was time to submit our reports, and everybody was coming forward. And then Tran and me submitted together. I saw him submitting just the picture of the route with a write-up, and then I did. It was a step up in the game, as I was going back thinking of myself as some kind of winner. The teacher called me out and said, "Why? Where did you get this route from? You were supposed to paste a picture of it, not the real route. Do you know how far away it is from its ecosystem?" The teacher went on to lecture me for a whole hour, and the whole snickering away over my try-hard attitude, and especially Tran, who got to make $100 out of this.
When I was 16, I worked part-time at a grocery store. Wasn't the best job, but I needed the money. However, my manager was a nightmare. He had a reputation for being a creepy and unpleasant person. He would always hit on attractive women who came into the store, making them uncomfortable. But that wasn't the worst part. He would make me do tasks that were no part of my job, like cleaning the store's dark and dingy basement. I'd hear strange noises and see shadows moving around me. I just felt like I was being watched. One particular arduous evening, I found myself once again tasked with the thankless job of cleaning the basement. As I made my way down the creaky stairs, I couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration and resentment building within me. With each step, I muttered under my breath, "I'm a cashier, not a janitor. Why did he even hire me if he just wanted me to do these menial tasks?" Suddenly, my train of thought was interrupted by a loud and jarring crash that seemed to emanate from the darkened corner of the room. My eyes were drawn to a large closet or pantry that was tightly shut, and the sound originated from within this mysterious chamber. My legs were trembling as I approached the closet, broom in hand, ready to defend myself against whatever was lurking inside. The door appeared to be locked, but as I drew nearer, I caught a whiff of foul odor, as if something had been rotting inside for weeks. The stench was nauseating, and I had to cover my nose with my sleeve to avoid gagging. Despite my fear, curiosity got the better of me, and I slowly reached out to turn the door handle, wondering what horrors awaited me inside. As I stood in front of the closet, I remembered a trick I had learned about opening locks using a pin. I decided to give it a try and inserted the pin into the lock. After a few attempts, I heard the creepy sound of the lock clicking open. I felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as I slowly pushed the closet door open, revealing a dark, musty space filled with large and dirty boxes. The stench emanating from the boxes made my nose wrinkle in disgust, and a chill ran down my spine as I realized that something sinister lurked in the shadows. The boxes seemed to be pulsing with otherworldly energy, and I could feel the weight of some unknown malevolence bearing down on me. As I continued to stare at them, a sense of foreboding washed over me, causing me to feel paralyzed with fear and unsure of what was inside. My body was suddenly not my own, as I felt an inexplicable force taking over, urging my hands to reach out for one of those grubby boxes. My mind was in a complete state of panic, screaming at me to turn around and run away from whatever was happening to me. However, my limbs were completely out of my control, and my fingers proceeded to grip the box's edges as if they had minds of their own. Slowly, my hands moved as if guided by an invisible force, and then, in one swift motion, the lid came off and the contents were revealed. My eyes widened in terror as I beheld the gruesome sight before me, and I felt a primal fear grip me as I realized that something truly evil had been going on in this basement. The silence in the basement was unnerving, and it made my skin crawl. Suddenly, I heard a pair of heavy footsteps slowly approaching. Panic set in, and I immediately closed the boxes and hurriedly locked the closet. I grabbed the broom and started to clean the floor, hoping to make it look like I wasn't hiding anything. My mind was filled with horror, and as the basement door creaked open, I saw a shadowy figure entering the room. It was the manager, but he seemed different. His eyes were dark, and his face was twisted in a menacing grin. He asked me how long it would take me to clean because he had more work for me, his voice laced with malice. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I nervously said it would take 10 minutes. He stared at me for a few seconds, and then left without saying anything. As I continued to clean the basement, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched. Every sound and movement made me jump, and the closet seemed to be calling out to me, begging me to open it. But I knew better than to give in to my curiosity. As I finished cleaning and was about to leave, I heard a faint whisper from the closet. It was a voice that sounded like it was coming from the depths of hell, and it said, "Don't leave us here." I ran out of the basement as fast as I could, my heart racing with fear. Despite my manager telling me I had more work to do, my heart was beyond uneasy. The memories of the horrific scene in the basement kept flashing in my mind like a terrifying horror movie. I couldn't bring myself to trust him anymore, and in a state of panic, I grabbed my belongings and ran out of the grocery store as quickly as possible. Every step I took felt like I was being chased by something sinister, and the thought of what I had witnessed made me shudder in fear. I recognized the woman's rotting hand. She had entered the store a few days ago, and I remembered how the manager was trying to make a move on her. However, I never imagined he would take things to such an extreme. The manager seemed like the embodiment of evil, someone who could surpass even the devil himself. The number of boxes inside the closet made me shudder from the mere thought. How many more such gruesome horrors had he committed?
Okay, so for some background, I'm a female and the story takes place. I was a junior in high school, so I was about 16 to 17. Throughout the story, I'm now a sophomore in college, so this is about 4 years ago. I get to school on the first day, and my Italian teacher is new. He was an old, maybe only about 25 or 26. He looked nice enough, not visibly creepy. He was pretty short, maybe only about 5'7", and I'm 4'11" and 100 pounds. So basically, everyone is bigger than me. We'll call this teacher Mr. C. Fast forward a month or two, I remember it was just starting to get called out. Everything in this class has been pretty normal. I do notice he basically only calls on girls and stands a little too close, but nothing too out of the ordinary. I did the musicals in high school, so I would often be there until about 9 or 10 p.m. rehearsing. This one particular day, there were parent-teacher conference, so basically, all the teachers were there very late. For musical nerds like me, we were doing Legally Blonde, and I was playing Margot, one of Ellie's friends. My costume for this scene was a little raunchy. It was a short white tennis skirt with an athletic tank top and some Converse. I also had on a little pink bow in my hair, and that part is important. So I have to pee really bad. So I walked quickly to the closest bathroom, which was upper floor and down the hall. Mr. C's room happened to be a few doors down from the girls' bathroom. Most of the teachers had finished their conference by the time and had left. I saw a light on in Mr. C's room, so I glanced over, and he was sitting in there by himself packing up his stuff. I didn't think he noticed me, and I kept walking till I got to the bathroom. I did my business, and as I was finishing up, I heard the bathroom door open. I thought it was weird, but just assumed it was one of my classmates. But the footsteps sounded a little too loud to be a high school girl's. So I walked out of the stall, and literally just standing there in the bathroom was Mr. C. I was just standing there frozen. This was so weird. I tried to say something, but nothing came out. I was honestly freaked. After a few seconds of just staring at each other, he handed me my bone, says, "You dropped this, Cherry." I just gave him a little smile and quickly thanks, grabbing it, got out of there. I didn't even wash my hands. I was honestly so incredibly freaked out. It wasn't until a few seconds later that I realized the economy Cherry. This made me stop dead in my tracks. My dad calls me Cherry because I had red hair as a little kid. It's brown now. Literally no one knew about that nickname, not even my friends. My dad had passed away 8 years ago. I started running until I got back to my classmates. My friend Eva noticed that I looked shaken up. She asked me what was wrong, and I just broke down crying. It wasn't really about my creepy teacher. More about the memories of my father, I suppose. She quickly took me into an empty classroom and sat with me while I cried. After I'd gotten on most of my tears, I told her everything that had happened. She was livid, but I convinced her not to tell anyone because I was embarrassed. I know, I'm an idiot. She didn't have Mr. C, but stopped by my class with him once to grab my car keys when her art project was in my car. She told me later when we were driving home that he had looked at me really weirdly. She said it was the way a predator looks at its prey. Yeah, huge red flags everywhere. But I was super innocent and just generally naive at the time. After this, nothing happened for another month or two. I had honestly forgotten about everything, but I still remember the day my life changed forever. The day everything started, January 16th. I had just gotten home from school and went on Facebook. I had a friend request from a guy named Jake. He was super attractive, and a few people from my school were friends with him. So I assumed he went to a school in a nearby town. I shrugged and accepted his request. What I didn't notice was weird was that he had about 5 photos, all posts in the last 2 days, but I ignored it. So basically, 5 seconds after I accept, I get a message from this J kid. He says, "Hi, cutie," with a winky face. We talked for hours, and we both had so much in common. We loved to draw, had 2 older siblings, our parents were both remarried. Our favorite color was both periwinkle. Well, we both loved Billy Joel. The list went on and on. It was honestly pretty strange. He asked me if I wanted to hang out, and I said yes, but that I had cheer practice and the rehearsal right after. He sounded pretty angry and told me I was lying, and then called me a derogatory term. He sent about 100 messages about how it was disgusting, and I started panicking and just blocked him. I tried my best to ignore it and went to cheer practice. Cheer was from about 5:30 to 7, and then I had rehearsal from 7:15 to 9:30. Ava and I planned to grab something from McDonald's in our 15-minute break. In the middle of cheer, Eva sprained her ankle, so her mom came to pick her up. After I finished cheer practice, I decided I would just go to McDonald's by myself. It was freezing, and I was in a tiny cheer uniform, so I ran to my SUV and hopped inside. I clicked the push to start button, and nothing happened. What? That was strange. I tried again, a few more times with no success. I called my stepdad and he said I should just leave my car there and go back inside, and he would pick me up from rehearsal and check out my car. I was honestly so angry about not getting my chicken nuggets that I hadn't even realized that I never unlocked my car. I knew 100% that I locked it, and I didn't have to unlock my car to get back in. I didn't figure this out until weeks later and actually cried when I realized, because that meant that someone had actually messed with my car. I bought this car myself, so it was kind of my baby. Also angry and stopped my way back inside, having no clue why my car wouldn't start. A kitty not the second I walked inside, I slammed right into Mr. C. I had no idea why he was still at school. The only other teacher here was my drama director, so he really shouldn't have been there. Sorry, I murmured, quickly walking away, when I felt a hand grab my arm. Like honestly, really tight. And I even winced a bowling back to him and asked if I was okay. I said I was fine, but my car wouldn't start. His face literally lit up. It was actually really creepy. He said, "I was actually headed to McDonald's if you wanted to come with me." This is when I started to freak out. How did he know I was going to McDonald's? Why was he asking me, a child, to come with him to McDonald's? That was not normal at all, and I felt pretty scared. "I actually have rehearsal, thank you though." His face quickly changed from happiness to extreme anger. I really got terrified of what this man was playing. His grip was still on my arm and I felt trapped. He took a deep breath and said, "Well, I'll be waiting here after your rehearsal, and we can go after. I have a black pickup truck." He quickly walked away to make sure I didn't have time to answer. I just stood there in shock, not knowing what was going on. My friend Maya suddenly appeared, saying my director was looking for me and I needed to come to rehearsal. I quickly sped off with her, trying to figure out what I was going insane or if that had actually happened. After rehearsal, I was so genuinely terrified that I asked my stepdad to come to a different entrance because I said I was exhausted, and asked if he could go get my car tomorrow. He reluctantly agreed. On the way home, we passed my car, and sitting right next to it was a black pickup. I just about stopped breathing, but tried to calm down not to show my stepdad. Again, a dumb move on my part. I should have just come straight forward. The next day, I received a text from an unknown number when I woke up. It said it was from Jake and he apologized. Everything said he was having girl troubles and was so sorry. Like the idiot I accepted it. And we began talking again. After a little bit, I mentioned the school that I went to, and he said his uncle worked there. I was shocked, and as to I didn't even know what I was expecting, but of course he said Mr. C. Then he sent a blurry picture of a man and a teen boy fishing at a lake, and the man was obviously Mr. C. But the boy was not this Jake kid, like it was someone completely different, and even in a different ethnicity. And then I realized that this person I was talking to was Mr. C. I immediately powered off my phone and just started crying. I was so freaked out. A mom walked into my room with my laundry and saw me sobbing. She asked what was wrong, and I broke down and told her everything. She flipped her lid on, called the cops, talked to my school. The next day, Mr. C wasn't in class.
I found out a few weeks later that they found a ton of illicit images of children on his computer. And when they asked what his intentions were with me, he flat out said he was in love with me, wanted to get me pregnant, steal me, and marry me. Yeah, I'm still very traumatized after a few years. I know my story isn't as crazy as some people's, but it could have been much, much worse.
I can't say Andre was a particularly weird dude. I didn't know him well, but every time we did speak, he came across as completely normal. He was a pretty quiet guy, not very talkative, but then again, I've never been either. His personal interactions with others, at least the ones I witnessed, appeared totally above board. And as far as I'm aware, he did okay in classes and never had any more trouble with his teachers than anyone else. What I'm saying is nobody I hung out with had any concerns about his sanity. The events of the coming years, which should show how horrible and terrible judge of character I had, then maybe those close to him knew the true face behind the mask. As for me, when the facts of this case came out, I was shocked that it only got worse from there. As often happens, life moved on after high school, as did Di, and Andre became a small part of my childhood. That one morning, as I flipped through my newspaper, the face from my past was staring back at me, and when I read in the article adjoined, it meant my blood run cold. Since I'm not a professional writer, I thought I used the account the Texas Tribune's managing editor Brandy Grimson used in a feature she wrote for Texas Monthly. She states by 2004, Andre was 21 years old, deeply mentally ill, and receiving no treatment. On the bright, clear morning of March 27th, a change up the stairs to the third-floor apartment where Laura, his estranged wife, lived, and kicked in the door. Her boyfriend had already left for work. Andre was holding 3 knives, one of each of his intended victims. He first encountered Laura, who ran toward him screaming now. Andre plunged a knife into her chest. He then reached in and pulled out what he believed was her heart. He'd in fact extracted part of her lung. Next, he headed for the children's room, where Andre Jr. and 1-year-old Leah were sleeping. Andre held down his 4-year-old son and stabbed him before moving on to Leah. He carved out each of the children's hearts. Finally, Andre jammed a knife into his own chest 3 times and laid down beside Laura on the living room floor, expecting to die. Confounded when he didn't, he slipped the organs he had removed into his pocket and walked more than 5 miles home. A few hours later, he went to the Sherman Police Department where he confessed to the murders and asked if he would be forgiven. I thought it was what God wanted me to do. He later told investigators after undergoing emergency surgery to repair his life-threatening stab wounds. Andre was moved to the Grayson County Jail, where his behavior became more and more psychotic. He gestured wildly and announced that he was going to save the world. He claimed to be the 13th warrior of the dollar bill and said that Laura and the children weren't dead, but that their hearts had been freed from evil. Horrified doesn't begin to describe my feelings upon reading this. He had always been hiding the monster inside him, or as often happens, had the specter of schizophrenia gradually take hold of him as he entered into his early 20s. It's an answer I doubt I'll ever get. Almost everything written on the case focuses on the monstrosity of the crimes rather than its causes. As shocking as this all was, the case was destined to only become more bizarre. I figured once the trial eventually came around, Andre would eventually be found guilty and given multiple life sentences or the death penalty. No matter the result, he would do just as he had before and slip to the back of my mind, perhaps only to be thought of on very rare occasions. It appears, however, he wasn't quite ready to be forgotten. Just 6 days after taking the lives of his family, my old school acquaintance gouged out his right eye. It was claimed he did so because of a Bible passage he'd read. Even after all this odd behavior, he was deemed fit to stand trial for capital murder. Just as I'd imagined when the time came, he was found guilty for all 3 murders and sentenced to death. The people for Texas had spoken, and the time had come for Andre to move off to his new home on death row. As before, I foolishly believed his and my stories had diverged for the last time
and nothing more could happen. Andre had one more card up his sleeve to play, however, and one more I left to black out. Once again, the story said he blinded himself because of the very same Bible verse. However, this time, he upped the ante on 2 counts. Rather than stabbing out the offending eye, he yanked it out from the socket. The second part was far more gruesome. When the guard had discovered him in his cell covered in blood at the location of said owl, the answer was simple. He didn't it. Despite what he'd printed in all of the sensationalist newspaper articles, the true reason for blinding himself seems to be an attempt to force the state of Texas to give him the psychiatric care he'd been asking for since his arrest. The appears he'd gotten his wish, but as it stands now, his death sentence remains standing. The way things are currently, Andre is being held in a state psychiatric facility, awaiting his day with the executioner. That's the extent of any information I've been able to come across. As recently as 2013, a Texas Court of Criminal Appeal judge found the defendant clearly crazy, but also sane under Texas law. While I'm not here to discuss the finer points of whether the death penalty is a good or bad thing, that's a far deeper length, and I'm prepared to wait until I think we could all agree the man has some problems. I've included only the most important facts in my retelling, but you will have no problem finding more through a simple internet search if you're so inclined. However, I do warn you, the remaining details are not for the faint of heart. For some readers, the outright gruesome nature may prove to be too much. You've been warned. As I graduated with an engineering degree, I struggled to find a job with a growth, and to be honest, I wasn't very good at engineering. I did the degree because at the time it looked quite lucrative, and after a series of failing jobs and lost career path, I was out to find a new one. The key skill that I had was the ability to deal with people, and so I did. I stepped into the real estate business, thinking it'd be an easygoing as communicating with people come very natural to me. So after learning the basis of what and what not to do in the industry, I joined up with an agency and started doing these frequent client visits. It took me around a year and all the good and bad experiences to quickly make my way to the top ranks. It was almost as if I was made to do this. It was then that the firm decided to make me manage a complete area instead of just single visits in the house. So now the real estate agents were working under my supervision and guidance. I taught them the ways to interact and the steps on how they can really sell a house during client visits. Forming a team, I taught them the most efficient ways to optimize open houses. Soon, our team was one of the best, and we were competing toe-to-toe with our rivals at Thompson Real Estate. All we needed was one more sold house to become number one. The call-in came from Emily. There was a client that wanted to visit the Pendleton Mansion. It was the mansion that would put us on the national map and a leading firm and real estate firm in the country. Emily came to me asking me a favor as the client who wanted to visit the mansion at night. It was an unusual request, but it was the chance that we were not willing to miss. So I decided to give the client visit on my own instead. I myself did not want to put Emily in any unforeseen trouble that might come forth if anything goes sideways. So I decided to handle this meeting on my own. And instead of doing the normal client protocol, I decided to stir it up a little bit. There were 3 houses that I lined up for them, and to make sure that no commotion is created, I selected the 3 houses right on the center of the city. Since they asked for the pretty vintage style, they were very selective houses that I had chose and were quite pricey, and surprisingly, they did say that budget was no problem, and that I could go on to the maximum of it. I was arranging things at the first house when I heard a commotion on the outside. I went outside and saw the family waiting over the lawn. They were all dressed very well, and it was certain that they did not like the house, so I got outside and greeted them. They looked at the house and they were skeptical about it. They liked neither the house nor the neighborhood, and for once I agreed. The neighborhood did seem a bit noisy and were giving weird stares, so I gave them the address to another house and told them to visit it next night. Next night, the family reached before I could go on and arrange the house, standing in the lawn waiting for me. I greeted them, and we entered the house and started discussing the rooms. They asked if they could keep tenants here, and unfortunately the neighborhood did not allow that. And the fact that this was yet another nosy neighborhood made them walk away from the house. Hopefully, I was waiting to sign the third house and was a bit confident about it, since there was no immediate neighbor. They arrived before me as usual and waited. They entered and were immediately in love with the place. They were digging the eerie vibe the place had and were quite happy with it. The house looked like the Gatsby house, and the seclusion from people and still being in the city was something they adored. They were keen on finalizing the deal, and so I took the papers out. I was set and done for the night when they said that they will sign it the next night and they wanted to stay for the night at the house. They put on some music that I had selected for the furnishing and just started slow dancing. Their daughter, who must have been around 22, held my hand and started slow dancing with me. It was certain that the deal was final. So I entertained the thought of slow dancing with her. As a matter of fact, she was beautiful, a bit pale, but beautiful, and I was 27 and single, so for once, I did entertain the idea. She asked me if she would like to join her for the dinner the next night, and then the whole family extended the invitation, and I said sure. They insisted on staying the night at the mansion, and I did not mind since paperwork was almost done and they were pretty final about it. As I left the house and kept moving forward towards my car that was parked in the distance, a man approached me. He had a set of long binoculars in his hand, and it made me go into the alert mode since he was giving me all the vibes of a stalker. But then he looked at me and said, "You don't look crazy." I asked what he was talking about, and then went on to tell me that I was dancing alone in the abandoned house. I told him I was the real estate agent and showing the house to a family. He pulled up his binoculars toward the house and exclaimed, "What family?" And then he handed me the binocular. And as I held it and watched, there was no one. So I opened the door and decided to check back. The man followed me this time. I called out for the family, but nobody came, and I assumed maybe they left. I was pissed at first because of the carelessness they just showed, so I went on to lock the door. The man with me continued, "What are you doing?" I told him I was locking the door so no one could enter and steal. The man said, "There is no door, mate. What are you closing?" And as I looked back, all I could see was a broken home, riddled with grass and several plastered cracks. The house was as old as one can get. There was no house, no family, and apparently, I wasn't a real estate agent. Well, not when I was alive anyway. I remember that I am just reliving my memories, and that house was the last one I had. I was shortly murdered on my way back from that house, and my murder was none other than the man with binoculars. I relived the memories of my life every single day and forget about them, almost as if I'm alive.
Didn't you work at a strip club? As I was taking an order from a customer, he suddenly asked, looking at me curiously, as if he was trying to recognize me from somewhere. His question turned the heads of the other employees in my direction, which made me feel embarrassed. "I'm sorry, sir. I think you're mistaking me for someone else. Your total is $13.97. So, do you want to pay through cash, card, or online?" I tried to avoid any further questions and hurried with his order. Looking at the long line behind him, he didn't say anything else and just went back to take a seat. But while he was sitting there, he continued staring at me, which made me feel uncomfortable. I had put my past life behind me and did the unthinkable to hide it from everyone so that I can live a decent life peacefully. But if someone reveals it like this, it would ruin everything that I had worked so hard for. I used to work at a strip club in Las Vegas a few years back before I moved to New York. And even though I only did stripping for only a few months or so, the stain of being this kind of girl just doesn't go away. Society doesn't look at the girls who used to strip naked to earn money the same way they do to others. So I had no other choice but to hide my unpleasant past to start anew. But that past I tried to erase had come back to haunt me. Why is he still not leaving? I bit my lips out of anxiousness. The way he was still staring while sitting there even after finishing his food was making me feel even more uneasy. But I still tried my best to ignore the man and continued working. Whenever our eyes met, he would smile at me like we were some old acquaintance or something, and it was starting to get on my nerves. He didn't wait much longer, though, and left after an hour or so. That made me feel relieved. But when I got off work and was walking back home, I noticed him waiting for me around the corner of the antique store. I wanted to turn back, but that would only confirm his suspicions, so I continued walking. "Are you sure we haven't met before?" He blocked my way and asked as he leaned to my face level. I swear I wanted to punch this creep, but since I did not want to create a scene, I tried to walk away from him. But he didn't let me and continued to block me. "Let's not do this, darling. We both know I'm right about you being a stripper. Now, if you don't want the little image that you have maintained here to get ruined, you'll quietly follow me." As he said that, I looked around and saw a few people from work looking at me, wondering who this man was. "Yes, sure, sir. I'll show you where the nearest subway is, since I'm headed the same way." Filed with indignation, I said this a little louder for them to hear and started walking with him. I could see the nasty smile on his face that was infuriating me, but I controlled my maniacal urges and followed him silently. The place he was leading me to did not look like a good neighborhood. There must be at least 5 abandoned houses we passed, and the people walking in the area looked shady as hell. "Where do you think you're taking me?" I finally opened my mouth to ask him that. The bastard looked at me with his foul smile and said, "You'll know soon. And if you don't want your little secret exposed, you'll keep following me." I clenched my fists, controlling my homicidal tendencies, and gave him the fakest smile I could. He led me inside the building, and when we entered an apartment that resembled a garbage can, he locked the door behind us. I turned to look at what he was doing, and as I predicted, he lunged at me in an attempt to rip my clothes, which I successfully managed to avoid. He must be delusional into thinking I followed him because he had the upper hand on me, but he had no idea what my true intentions were, and foolishly led me to a neighborhood filled with crimes. How dare this evil-smelling, malicious man try to take advantage of me? Does he think I'm an easy target just because I used to work at a strip club? I muttered in a barely audible voice, thinking how cruel fate is to women. "What did you just say?" he asked in a pissed tone, which made me look him in the eye and sigh a bit louder before speaking. "If you know me, then you probably know Bill too, right?" I looked directly into his eyes. "Are you talking about the manager of the club?" he replied hesitantly. "Do you want to know how he died?" He took a step back as he saw the maniacal expression on my face. Oh, I did not want to do this anymore, but it's bad that I have to kill you now. As I said that, I noticed him getting ready to escape, so I kicked him behind the knees, making him fall on all fours, and then I rushed at him, putting him in a headlock. "Please don't hurt me. I swear I would stay quiet as a mouse. I won't tell anyone about any of your secrets. So please, let me go." I glared at him for a few seconds before bursting out in laughter. I couldn't believe this idiot thought I'm doing this because of my secrets. "That is not why you're going to die," I whispered in his ears as I stopped laughing. Ha! He was about to turn back, but before he could say anything else, I twisted his neck in a swift motion and broke it. As I released him from my grip, he fell lifeless on the ground. It was comical that his last thought must be why he was getting killed, without even realizing it was because he tried to take advantage of a helpless girl with her past as an excuse. These are the times when being the daughter of a gymnast and a martial artist pays off, but they'll never know what I have been doing with the skills they taught me. I knew I was going to get caught this time, but I didn't care. even left the body as it was lying around in the middle of an abandoned apartment building. As I was walking back, I didn't feel bad or troubled. Instead, I was calm, knowing that I was going to live my life to the fullest until they come and get me. Enough running. This time I was going to face my fate head on, since it has decided to play this cruel game with me wherever I go. And in case I get away again, I was hoping not to kill anyone ever again. And it wasn't like I did those crimes because I wanted to. No, it's people like them who bring out the monsters in someone like me.
Back in the 90s, I was working at this call center, and I was the manager at, and we had a lot of calls that came in every day. And our office was located right in the center of a hospital and coffin cellar. It was a small rental place, and we were selling Piggy stocks to people. So our office wasn't really the high-end office like them stock exchanges, and it was a low-rent place, and really weird place to have an office at, between a hospital and a coffin shop. I was the night shift manager, and I didn't like, but it paid better than the day shift and the staff was less, so it wasn't difficult to manage them all. Day shift was a pain in the ass to manage, and I wasn't ready for that. We had these small coffee breaks in the night where we would just sit outside the office and see the hospital all busy, and even the coffin shop would stay busy most of the times. People would walk across from the hospital to the coffin shop, and being there in the night shift, you would witness it all. It was weird that we did that, but it was very thought-levitating, and we all enjoyed deep conversation in those small coffee breaks of contemplation. Even the employees that worked the night might look weird to the outside world, but they were much deeper in their thinking than compared to the day shift staff, and I managed them both, and I liked the night staff much better. This one day, when there weren't people at the shift because of the flu, there was a flu going around and it hit the office. Most of the employees were down with it, and only a handful were able to attend the office. And we were keeping busy that night since there were a handful of us and a lot of phone calls to handle. The night was too busy, and it was all chaos in there. We were handling calls for our friends. It was a tight night, and we were squeezing in as much call time as we can to hit the night's target. We had to stay ahead from the day shift team. It was important. We were hitting the targets right and were ahead than the team, and we're making sure we kept the lead, and that is why we were working our best to do that. So after a continuous call answering and making the lead by working 4 hours straight without stopping, we arranged a break for everyone and ordered pizza and Coke, and decided to head out and eat by the tables outside the office, and it was a great one. Everyone deserved that. When we got out there, we saw that even the hospital was quiet today, and the coffin shop closed, and it was one of those calm nights that were full of sweet melancholy, and we relaxed and sat on the tables, all of us staring in the distance, just enjoying our pizza and Cokes. It was a great night. And then, a man approached us. He asked if we knew when the coffin shop will open. We had no idea, so we told him. But then the man still kept on walking towards the shop, and then we just walked right past the door, and we were all astonished. We thought that the shop was closed, and then around 10 minutes later, the man walked back from the shop and said to us, "When my son comes, you will know. Tell him that I want the blue marbled coffin." And the man just kept walking towards the hospital. We were just dazed with everything weird that was going on. And then around a half hour later, when we were able to get inside, a young man asked us, "Excuse me, is the coffin shop open yet?" And I said, "No, it is closed today. It will remain closed today." And the man looked disappointed. And just out of the feeling in my gut, I said, "Your father wanted the blue marbled coffin." And he stopped and asked me, "What?" And then I told him the story about a man who just walked in a few minutes earlier. Then the man said, "You must be mistaken. My father died this morning. You must have mistaken me for someone else." And then I don't know why I did, but I asked the man to show us the photograph of his father. And then he took out his phone and showed us, and we were stunned. It was in fact his father, and the man was shocked. How could we have all seen the same man? And then we realized it was the ghost of the dead man, trying to convey the one final wish.
This happened a few years back when I had just gotten hired at the local grocery store in my city.
I was 16 at the time and definitely looked my age, if not younger. It's also important to mention that I'm quite a shy person as is, especially back then at my new workplace. I had been working there for a while when our store hired a new cashier. For this story, I'll call him Joseph. Overall, Joseph seemed pretty nice. He was always waving hello to everyone, greeting everyone at the start of his shift. Just fit in pretty well and seemed like a fairly normal guy, trying his best to befriend his coworkers. After a few months of working there, Joseph started trying to talk to me more frequently. This didn't seem weird, as cashiers tend to get close to anyone that they frequently work the same hours as. It's always nice to have someone to have short conversations with when the store gets quiet. It did escalate pretty quickly, with him going out of his way to talk to me about any chance he got. But again, he was fairly new and I assumed he was just being friendly. This changed one day as I'm getting off of work and he approached me as I was exiting the store and asked if I would like to get coffee with him. I was caught extremely off guard by this, and due to being shy and an anxious person, I stammered out a quick, yeah, sure. Immediately regretting this in my head, as I had zero attraction to Joseph, before I quickly ran out of the store to where my parents were waiting to pick me up. That day when I got home, I searched his profile on Facebook to see if I could find out more about him. It turns out Joseph wasn't actually as young as I assumed he was. He was 26 years old at this time. At this point, I will also mention that it was a known fact between all cashiers that me and a handful of other cashiers were all in high school. So knowing that I wasn't going to entertain the idea of coffee with him, the next day at work when I saw him, I told him that I wouldn't be able to get coffee with him as the age difference was too much for me. Unfortunately, this didn't seem to deter Joseph, who simply replied, "Does age matter to you? It doesn't matter to me." I replied with a quick, "Well, when you're almost 30 and I'm in high school, it matters a bit." This comment seemed to go unnoticed as he stated how he would wait for me and how he could make me happy. This obviously creeped me out, and from then on I began to avoid Joseph as best as I could. However, he began to become very persistent. Every single shift I had, he either happened to be working already or would go through my till to buy a single item and continue to pester me for a date, asking me almost daily, "Have you changed your mind?" and telling me that he wasn't giving up. This may not seem like much for those reading, but being harassed daily by an older man in an environment where you were supposed to be safe was terrifying for me. I admit if this had taken place now, I would have totally gone to HR or my manager and told them about the situation, but as a 16-year-old girl working her first job, I feared that I was overreacting. Eventually, after at least a couple of months of honestly being scared to go to work, I confided in a friend that I worked with that it was happening. This friend happened to be a huge 6-foot-tall man who said that he would talk to Joseph about his creepy behavior. Around the same time, I also told one of Joseph's closer friends at our workplace about his behavior and how it was upsetting me. And around this time, Joseph began to leave me alone, shortly after leaving the store entirely. I actually began to forget all about this until a year or so ago after it all happened, when I got a message from an old work friend who I don't typically talk to. Her message simply stated, "Did you see this?" and had a link below. The link was a mugshot from the Crime Stoppers unit in our town, a mugshot of Joseph, underneath which it said that there was a province-wide warrant out for his arrest for the charges of possession and distribution of illicit images containing children. I don't know what I avoided by not going out for coffee with him, and I can't say with certainty that anything would have happened, but boy am I glad my warning bells went off when they did.
Despite the typical stereotype of parents pressuring their children to follow a particular path, my father never imposed his desires onto me. He never insisted that I strive for the highest grades or give up my interests for his sake. His parenting style often left me wondering if we were indeed related. However, his generosity in allowing me to spend money as I pleased reminded me of our shared connection. With his indifferent attitude to my life, I decided to pursue my dreams of becoming a painter. I took the bold step of enrolling in one of Chicago's most prestigious art schools, determined to hone my skills and make a name for myself in the art world. To ensure that I had ample time to practice my craft, I chose to live off campus and secured an apartment near my college. My father didn't say a word, even at that. As I began my semester, I found myself quickly making new friends. However, one particular guy, Paris, seemed to rub me the wrong way. I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was that bothered me about him, but there was something about him that triggered me. Perhaps the way people kept comparing us, or the similarities in our voices made me feel uneasy. It could have even been that he had such a close relationship with his father, something I had always longed for, but never had. I knew that my feelings of jealousy were petty and irrational, especially since he had done nothing but treat me with kindness. Yet I couldn't help but envy his similarities, even though I was wealthier than him. Despite my shortcomings, he seemed to have everything that I lacked. A festival was coming up soon, and the atmosphere was exciting. It was the first festival of the year, and as per tradition, all first-year students were expected to participate in various activities. Being a confident swimmer, I decided to showcase my skills in the swimming competition. However, on the day of the festival, as I walked towards the competition arena, my heart dropped when I overheard a group of students gossiping about Paris, my biggest rival, and his impressive swimming skills. The thought of competing against him made me feel uneasy, and I could feel a sense of resentment building up inside me. I knew this would be a challenging and intense competition, and if he won, I would have another reason to hate him. The competition began, and to my dismay, I was up against none other than Paris. I had always been afraid of facing someone better than me, and this was no exception. It was hard to admit, but Paris was a worthy challenger, and I couldn't help but acknowledge his skills, even though I hated that I had to face him. My heart sank as I watched Paris touch the finish line 2 seconds before me. I felt a rush of anger and frustration unlike anything I had ever experienced. Paris's constant presence and success had become a thorn in my side, and I was determined to end it. With a steely resolve, I began to hatch a plan to ensure I would never feel inferior to him again. Since I was never interested in father's business, I didn't know much about it, but I knew how to hire someone through the dark web. So, I hired a hitman anonymously to kill him. The evil part of my psyche that had seized control of my faculties was dominating my ability to make rational decisions. I told him I needed the task to be done within a week. As I entered the college gate, my gaze inadvertently fell upon Paris, striding ahead with his usual swagger. Seeing him triggered a rush of emotions within me, an inexplicable mixture of frustration, disappointment, and anger. I could feel my fingers involuntarily curling into a tight fist, a physical manifestation of my boiling rage. In the distance, I could see his father's car disappearing around a corner, and the realization that Paris was being handed everything on a silver platter only fueled my resentment further. Something clicked in me, and I decided I needed a change of plan. So I contacted Hilton and made a few changes. That following evening, I got a call from my dad, and the question he asked me was so weird that I had to see his name on the call phone screen again to make sure it was him. "How did you know?" he asked. What had gotten into him all of a sudden? "What are you talking about?" I asked in confusion. "About your father." I stared at the phone screen, thinking he had gone senile. "I don't know what you're talking about, Dad," I said, putting pressure on the word Dad to remind him that he was my father, in case he had forgotten about it. "You had him killed, didn't you?" As he uttered those words, there was an utter silence that followed. I couldn't speak a word, and neither did he. But then he said, "How much do you know?" he asked. After a brief pause, I replied, "Everything." I had no idea what he was talking about, but I felt I needed to act. I knew if I wanted to find out what nonsense he was uttering. "Listen, Luke, I don't know how you found out and how much you know, but you must know. Our child died right after his birth, and your mother was losing her mind. I didn't want to lose her. And when I saw you twins, I had to snatch you. But trust me, we love you just like we would have loved our son. As I heard this, my mind went blank, and I immediately disconnected the call. I couldn't process what I found out, and if Dad knew he was dead, that meant he was dead. My mind started replaying all the similarities I had with Paris, and the fact that I had my biological father killed just to make my own brother's life miserable. I wanted to turn back what I had done so badly that I ended up calling that hitman. But when he confirmed that he had done his job, I felt as if my soul had left my body. I had to receive my punishment. So I got up that instant and went to the nearest police station. My confession was ready, and whatever the punishment I deserved, I had convinced myself to receive it.
Hey guys, thanks so much for all the support. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please feel free to do so. The Adam and Eve store in London, I became the manager in the very first store that was established there. There were a lot of people that were coming into the store, and then there were things that they would buy that might not look good to certain people but are actually ordinary. This is what happened outside the store one night. The shop usually has different employees in the night, but this time, due to some reason, I was to be in the shop for the night shift, and I was there just standing and waiting as the customers get what they want, and I would bill them up and send them on their way with a little bit of judgment thrown along the way, just out of the human nature, not that I really cared about it. So it's the Monday night, and we don't usually get many customers on a Monday, so I was just hanging around the shop without much to do, and just pressing myself through the door, looking across at the Chinese place and thinking of ordering some Chinese food for myself. I had no idea what time it was. It must have been too late, and I was waiting for my order to arrive. It had been around 30 minutes, and even though it was just a few feet away from the doorstep, I wondered why they were late. Around 30 minutes late. I asked them, and they said that there had been an accident in the kitchen, and that is why the order was a bit late. And then they put the order on the house, and I didn't have to pay for it. I took the free meal and pulled my chair by the door and started watching outside the door. It was a dull day, and there was just enough entertainment on the streets of London for us to have while eating our Chinese food. I looked outside, and there was a bit of fuss gathering around in the middle of the street. And then just minutes in, a fight breaks out, and these two tall guys are hitting each other with their bare fists. It looked really painful, and people were trying to get away from each other, but they were just at it, angry and wild. Then one of the guys picked up the chair from the Chinese place and threw it over the other guy, and then I thought of closing the door before they get into the shop I was working in. Blood was oozing out of their face, and they were throwing fists and calling each other out, and you could literally hear the sound of their bare fists hitting them in the face. And then, after a few moments, one of the guys threw the chair again, and this time, the other guy, he ducked and saved himself. But the chair came flying and hit the door of the shop, and it broke. And next thing you know, these guys entered my shop, and their fight was not ready to stop. And everyone was now too scared to break their fight. Even I was scared of getting between them. So after 2 failed attempts of trying to stop the fight, I got out of the shop. To me, that was the only logical decision I could have made in the moment, followed by another, which was calling the police. They were going at each other, beating each other with everything or anything they could find. They were using everything they could find in the store and destroying it in the process. I was hoping that they would stop, but there was no way anyone was risking getting in between that. And then, in all their rage, one of the guys picked up the straps for bondage and used it, and wrapped it over another guy and started choking him wildly, and he was very aggressive in doing that. The other guy was down and helpless and was gasping for air, trying to find something to hold as he was getting strangled hard by the other guy, and I was just worried about the damage that they were causing in their scuffle. And then the guy who was getting strangled got hold of a glass-shaped dildo, and with it power, ran it through the face of the other guy, and he fell and turned over. And as he did, The guy took the now broken glass dildo and then stabbed it right in the heart of the man and killed him as the blood drained out of his heart, and our store was now the place of crime. The police did came, but they were 30 minutes late. The store was closed for next 1 month, and it took a month more to clean up the place and get it ready. The most interesting thing about it was the newspaper headlines. They all said, "Death by Dildo" as their headlines.
No movie will ever compare to the hell that I've gone through the last year. The ordeal seems like it's been one long waking nightmare. It all began normally enough. I just recently got out of a long-term relationship and wasn't looking for anything serious. I figured that I'd give Tinder a shot. It didn't take long for me to get a few matches. I chose the hottest one and we agreed to meet a week later. The date went so well that we decided to do it again, and this became a regular thing until the 4th date. It was beginning to look as if it may grow into something more in spite of my original intentions. As the 4th date wrapped up, I invited her back to my place for a drink. She agreed, and things soon got hot and heavy, as they say. We were mere seconds away from taking things all the way when she broke down. I was confused. I'm not an aggressive partner, and her behavior up to that point had been very receptive. I asked what was wrong, and she said that she had been assaulted by a previous boyfriend. It had been several years, and she thought that she had moved past it. I felt bad for her, yet still kind of frustrated, and she got up and dressed quickly. I'll admit it was, like I said, frustrating, but there was little I could do, and I understood where she was coming from. I called her an Uber, and she left me with a difficult decision to make. After a long, sleepless night, I decided to just kind of end things there. Some of you reading this may call me cruel, but I couldn't really see another option. Things appeared to just be at an impasse, you know? I wasn't going to wait around until she determined that she was ready, and I sure wasn't going to pressure her into anything, obviously. I told myself that it was for the best. I'd never wanted to jump right into another relationship so quickly. That wouldn't benefit either of us, and I broke things off as kindly as I could. That night never came up. I stressed how I'd felt I'd rushed into things too quickly, and naturally she was a bit upset, but gave no indication of actually being angry. I wished her a happy future and just bid her a goodbye. And normally, that's where it would have ended. I took a month off from dating and Tinder and all that, and when I came back, I matched with a beautiful graduate student just looking to have a good time. This was more of what I was looking for. We met for drinks and hit it off. I went home happy with a spring in my step and a gleam in my eyes, they say. And maybe 2 days passed when I got a call from a neighbor. He informed me that there were leaflets posted all around our neighborhood, calling me an attempted predator. I thought this was his idea of some sick joke, and definitely not a good one. I laughed, but he assured me that this wasn't a laughing matter. I demanded proof, and a few minutes later he came to my door with a bright yellow piece of paper, and it claimed the following. On the night of Friday, November 19th, 2021, I was invited on a dinner date with Mr. My Name. After being plied with many glasses of wine, I was pressured into joining him at his home. Although I was clearly unable to consent, Mr. My Name attempted to coax me into his bed. When I refused his advances, he became enraged and threw me onto the street in the middle of the night. Please make sure all your female friends are made aware of the danger they may face by dating this manipulative monster. I can't begin to describe the anger that I felt in that moment. It was made worse when the neighbor asked me if it was true. Of course it wasn't, but when someone asks that type of question, it's a good indication that they believe it. Rather than strangle him, I did my best to assure him it was not. And his reception was less than convincing, but I had more pressing problems at that second. I had to get all those flyers, or whatever you call them, before any more impressionable idiots saw them. I spent most of the day pulling them from light poles and bulletin boards all over town. I'm still not sure if I got them all, and I counted over 200 when all was said and done. Then, out of nowhere, I discovered that I had been banned from Tinder after someone filed a complaint against me. My life felt like it was spiraling out of control, and I was desperate to stop it any way I could. What came next was probably the biggest mistake I'd made during this entire ordeal. I worked myself into such a muddle I did the one thing I shouldn't have. I contacted her via text message to confront her. She promised to retract her claims if I agreed to meet her face to face, and I took the bait like a sucker and drove to her house. We sat down at her kitchen table where she explained how hurt she felt. I wasn't interested in hearing any of it, but I was willing to suffer to save my good name. While she did so, she kept a glass of wine close at hand. She had clearly been drinking even before I arrived. After an hour, everything appeared to be handled. As I prepared to leave, she began coming on to me, and I mean in a very obvious manner, and I almost gave in, but then I remembered our previous problem and I shut her down. She was not pleased. She hissed and walked off toward the kitchen. I figured that she was getting some more wine, and it seemed like a great time to sneak away. I was putting on my jacket when a crash came from the kitchen. I hurried in to see what the matter was and was met by a shrill screeching. She rushed towards me with the stem of a broken wine glass and stabbed me with it. She retracted the jagged stem from the wound and snarled like some freaking animal. I was in shock, and I froze for a brief moment, unsure of how to react. Then she lunged at me again, just missing, and I took off. She pursued me out to my car and pounded on it as I sped off, and I just drove straight to the hospital, calling 911 as I drove. I informed the dispatcher which hospital I could be found at if the police needed to speak to me, and sure enough, an officer arrived as I was being treated for my injury. Luckily for me, she hadn't hit any major arteries or organs or anything like that, and the cop let me know that my assailant had been arrested, but what came next was a complete surprise. I was shocked to learn that she had a previous conviction for stalking and assault, and I surmised that it was a similar situation. Monday came around, and despite what I had hoped, my attacker was given bail. She paid and was out in time for dinner. I was furious and gave the assistant DA a piece of my mind, and while I waited for the trial day to arrive, I remained in a constant state of fear. I could swear that I saw her once or twice over that period, but I was in such a fragile state that it was possibly my imagination. She became all I thought about. My work suffered. Even in my dreams, she often took center stage. She refused several plea deals and insisted the jury would acquit her. I know it was all a stall tactic, and she was assembling all the elements that she would need to what I thought would be to disappear. And the first rumblings began during jury selection. She had not been present for the procedure. Although she wasn't required to be, it didn't bode well. Then when the trial began in earnest, her lawyer was finally forced to admit that he had lost contact with his client several weeks prior. Now today is October 28th as I write this, and she's been missing almost 2 months. I sit around wondering what my future may hold. Hopefully she's done the wise thing and is currently laying low halfway around the world, or something. On the surface, that appears to be the case. Yet for some reason, I'm not totally convinced. My former love interest is a highly successful and intelligent woman. It's largely what drew her to me from the beginning. I have a creeping suspicion that she may be focusing her vast resources into getting back at me. Whatever form that may take, I'm not really sure. Naturally, I fear she'll go to the conventional route and just end my life, likely by her own hand, maybe another stabbing. However, she is more than capable to go even further and extend my suffering indefinitely. And this is why I'm going to all the trouble to post my side of the story. I'm well aware I probably come off as a jerk in some circumstances, but I don't care. I just want a record of the truth to be available publicly should I disappear. My lawyer also has a copy in case I'm no longer around to testify on my own behalf. It's doubtless that law enforcement will eventually catch up with her at some point. I'm concerned it will be too late for me, though. So if you learn of the death or a disappearance of some unknown New York State attorney through the media, please remember what you read here.
I work as a security/nighttime attendant at an apartment building. It's 24 stories and one of the oldest in the city. One night, I'm sitting here when the phone rings at about 3 a.m. and I answer, "Hello, this is Daniel with Front Desk. How can I help you?" The voice on the other end sounds female, but was totally garbled, and the only bit I could make out was 23rd floor. I tried to tell the person that I could not understand them, and asked which apartment they were in, but again, gobbled the response. And I just made out 23rd floor. After the third time of trying to understand them, and the same response, I said I couldn't understand them. I would go up and meet them in the hallway, so I go to the main elevators, and surprise, surprise, they are both on the 23rd floor. Fortunately, we have an older service elevator, and it's only on the 7th, so I call it down, get it, and hit the button for the 23rd. But it won't move and the inner door won't close. But I go to unlock the reset panel, and boom, we start going up. Door's still open and freaking out a bit, and the elevator is shaking because it goes up pretty fast and isn't old. As I'm ascending, I just stay towards the back, and finally, I reach floor 23. I step out, door closes just fine, and I look around the hallway. There's nobody around. I walk along slowly, trying to listen for anyone awake who might have called, but there's nothing. So now, I head in the opposite direction and go towards where the regular elevators are. And when I get to them, they're just sitting there and their doors open. I was pretty freaked out, but I knew it would just be the elevator going Fritz. So I get in and figured out just reset them and get them to floor 1. When I heard the sound of the back stairwell closing, I quickly get out, go to the stairwell, and lo and behold, there's no one there. But the maintenance door to the machine room is ajar. And at that time, I'm the only one in the building with a key. At the top of the building is a large machine room housing all the really loud machinery that does stuff in the building and allows access to the roof. I don't like going into there because it's creepy as hell, and no one ever goes in there. So at this point, I'm seriously freaked out, but muster up and head inside. "Hello," I shout, but to no response. The lights in the room flicker because they're terrible fluorescent, so I can't see well either. But at the end of the room, I can make up the roof access door and show us how it's slightly open. So I slowly continue forward, checking the space in between each machine as I walk by to make sure there's no one there. And there isn't. I open the roof door access. I can't see anyone ahead of me on the roof, but there is a slight wraparound if there was a jumper or something I needed to be sure. So I step out and leave the door ajar. Like it was almost immediately, the door is pulled shut. Now I might have written off as wind or something, but this door is hard to shut and really hard to open. Really hard. I immediately grab the handle and yank it open, slam it behind me, and run straight for the maintenance door. It automatically locks when it's closed, so I slam it shut too, and go back to the 23rd floor hallway. Get into an elevator which the doors are still open for, and go all the way down to the first floor. I go back to the main lobby, and as soon as I sit down, the phone rings. I pick it up. Don't say a word, and sure as hell, gobbly voice again. The only audible thing I can hear is a voice saying 23rd floor. I hung up the phone, turned off the ringer, and spent the rest of the evening just staring at the parking garage security monitor. There's been a bunch of creepy things happening in this building. It's basically like the Overlook Hotel at night. I walked past a dark room here on the first floor once and swore I saw myself standing inside it. The next night, as I'm inside said room cleaning, the lights flip off, and I turned around to see a quick flash of myself walking past there. Must be some creepy ghost or something playing games with me at work. Why was it trying to leave me onto the roof of beer holding? I can only speculate, perhaps it wanted to throw me off.
This happened nearly a decade ago. At the time of the story, I was 15, male, 5'5", and 132 pounds. I was a wrestler, so I always knew my exact weight and kept myself extremely lean, but still had a fairly muscular build. I lived in a fairly small town of about 50 to 60,000 people, and in my off-season, I did whatever I could do to become somewhat active than outside. I had a friend, we'll call him Blaze, who was really into disc golf and always asked me to come play with him and smoke a doobie while we were in the most secluded parts of the course. He was a couple of years older than me, but no bigger than I was, just not so great of an influence for me at the time. This small town only had 2 disc golf courses, one at a very public park near middle school, or one at the edge of town and an older park that was much bigger. Obviously, we weren't smoking for everyone to see. Little did I know, on that Thursday afternoon, that this park happened to be my town's hotspot for people meeting and hooking up in the parking lot. I live in the Midwest in the U.S., so there weren't a lot of, young, stylish, pretty guys. It's mostly guys aged 30 and 50, pretty big and bulky and country looking. So we finished the course in the joint, walked out of the woods, anything but sober. We typically either just chilled in the grass or played catch after we finished up, until my buddy was more normal and ready to drive back. We noticed that there were way more cars in the parking lot that we got there, and a lot of older guys sitting on trunks of their cars or on tailgates loosely grouped together. This very large hairy man in a tank top and his tall thin friend dressed like a biker gang member started to do the wolf whistle toward me and my friend. I got pretty uncomfortable, not because a man whistled at me, but because we had to walk in their direction and I could feel the eyes have way more guys on me than I wanted. For a testosterone-filled weight room junkie teenager, I did not feel very safe here knowing that there were at least 30 guys in this group. And I could see in my peripheral that a very large portion were eyeing us closely as we walked toward the parking lot. I'll make it clear that I'm not a fighter, and I would never intend to hurt anyone aside from self-defense. But I was definitely confident in myself to hold someone off. Us too. We're just so outnumbered and not in a sober state of mind, so anxiety made things much worse. A couple of them said some gross catcall things, more whistles, and then woo-woo noises that rednecks like to make when they're excited about something, or instigating similar to woo, but if Eric Cartman screeched it. I think they had the idea that we were some people that met online and we were coming to meet up, being, "Hi." I didn't care what was going on. I just wanted to be safe and not the center of attention. When we got closer, the big hairy man who did the first wolf whistle said something like, "You think you can handle this?" I just mumbled, "No thanks," and tried to keep walking. He yelled back, "Who was that boy?" To which I just clearly, "No thanks." Not into it. He seemed offended and angry. Said, "Not into what?" I said, "Oh, sorry, I'm not gay." And he seemed to be offended by that word. Again, asked me to repeat myself in a very aggressive tone. So I corrected myself and said, "I'm just not into guys." Things escalated from here very quickly. The man stepped forward from leaning against a truck and grabbed my wrist. He said, "Well, we can fix that real quick." Don't get excited. I didn't do some cool fight move to attack him. Just a simple wrist roll and using that momentum, a quick push of the elbow to turn him around so that he would have his back to me and I could get by without him any more. He responds, touches me like that again, and we'll get the both of you. Another guy made his way over to Blaze, who was much less common shrill type of stoner than I was. I can only describe what he did as one of those kicks or sidesteps off of a wall, but to that guy's chest and abdomen. He started to run and yell F off as loud as possible. Very quickly, bunches of guys began to stand up from their seats on the outside of their cars and motion our direction. I started booking it for the car too, and the Mr. Skinny biker type man was running right after us. Thank God it was just him running and not multiple chasing us, or the story might be different. I was faster than Blaze, so I got ahead of him and pictured us running across the parking lot to his truck that was facing us backing into the stall. I got around to the passenger side quickly, with Blaze still about 100 feet from the truck. He tried to cut to the rights and make it to the driver's side of this little 10, but the skinny guy cut him off and sent him to the left passenger side. I ran around the back of the truck as fast as I could to the driver door, and Blaze slid his key around the roof towards me. I hopped in, well aware that I did not want to be driving right now in this state of mind, much less in such a crazy situation, and even more or less, someone else's vehicle. Still, without thinking, I started that skirt out of the parking lot while Skinny banged on the bed of the truck chasing. But that wasn't the end. A truck and a car on the way right behind me, Skinny jumped into the car that was in the back, and the chase began. Terrified and still high, I cut through the grass in the park to get to the main road more quickly, thinking I would lose them that way. These guys raced over the speed bumps and around the bends in the park road right up to the main road, and they were driving so fast I would have gotten T-boned if I didn't smash the pedal to the floor at the same time. I'm so stressed I started silently crying while driving. Think of how horrible the possibility could be contact, whereas know that when your eyes are dry from the smoke, then they rapidly get moist. Contacts tend to drift to bits until they find their place again. This is definitely not ideal for someone with awful vision driving twice the speed limit down the road in the middle of town. So I started turning down residential streets and weaving in and out, being tapped on the shoulder by Blaze to keep my speed up because the two were still on the rear bumper. I even made some risky U-turns that they followed right along. This chase lasted over 10 minutes of me frantically driving through main streets, residential back alleys, and everything I could try to get away. I was so scared. The best case scenario ended up not getting pulled over, and myself obtaining a permanent record by DUI by the ripe age of 15. Luckily, a stroke of luck and a surprisingly quick reflex came to my aid. Blaze yelled "cop" and pointed to a parking lot to our left, where there were police cruisers probably just waiting to catch someone speeding or running red lights. On the semi-busy road we ended up on, I whipped into the parking lot and parked a couple of stalls down from the cop. The truck prepared to turn, but stopped in the middle of the road. So quickly, once he realized what was going on, that the car followed him, had to swerve and pop a curve, catching the officer's attention. He backed out, and the two vehicles split different ways and were out of sight before he got out of the parking lot. Never went back to that park any time other than the mornings after that. So thankfully that nothing bad came out of the incident, and we made it out completely unscathed. No idea what they would have done, but people were engaging teenagers in a car chase could not have had good intentions in mind. It was my first time in my life being harassed like that too. You would think being in a car chase might be fun or exciting, but I just felt so powerless and like I had no control. Like nothing I could do would both get these guys away from us and simultaneously not get me arrested. After high school many years ago, I was in a bad place. My guardian had kicked me out after graduation. She didn't help me find a place to stay, so I lived in my car for a couple of months. I met some heavy metal dudes at work one day. I'd seen them around town, and all my other friends knew who they were. Everyone loved them. We became friends over a couple months, and they offered for me to move in with him. I agreed. Looking back now, I wish I had just stayed in my car. My two main roommates were brothers named Andrew and Seth. They were in a band. They also believed in the occult and anything of that sort. I never really believed in that stuff, but I'm not one to tell someone what they should believe. They had let me live with them rent-free for several months, so who was I to complain? Being the only female in a house full of young men, I was always looking over my shoulder. You never know who you can trust, and turns out, I was right to worry. Over time, their friends started to stay with us for longer periods of time, sometimes weeks. Their friends were another group of brothers that they had gone to school with. There were 5 brothers in total, but only 2 stayed with us consistently. The younger brother Mark was very polite. He cleaned up after himself and always helped with the household chores. The other brother Adam had a laundry list of mental problems. He had apparently done some bad drugs back in the day, and he had developed into what seemed like psychosis of the religious sort. He had done time in prison for assaulting a woman with the Bible. He would often look you in the eye and tell you he could see how you would die. Once, he told me that I was possessed by a demon and I needed my soul cleansed. Everyone in the house knew he had these problems, but he was their friend. They helped him through the hard times and gave him a place to stay. Otherwise, he would be on the streets. I was always on guard around him after the things he told me. No one else seemed to be as concerned as I was. They should have been.
One day I was sleeping, and my phone rang. I was my boss. He asked if I could come and work an hour early. It was only 12 p.m. I was broke and had nothing better to do. So I said yes. I got up and began getting ready to leave. I walked out into the living room to see Mark and Andrew sitting on the couch, while Adam sat on the floor by the TV. He was watching scripture videos on YouTube, some real end-of-day stuff. That was fairly common. So I went about my business. I said goodbye and left for work. My shift at work was almost complete when the phone rang. My boss answered, handed the phone to me and said, "It's for you." I was just a cashier, so I assumed it was a friend that couldn't reach me on my phone. I answered the phone and heard a man's voice that I didn't recognize. "Hi, this is Detective Williams. Something happened at your apartment today, and we need you to come into the station to talk to you about it." I left work immediately. I had assumed one of the brothers had been arrested for drug dealing or something. I was very wrong. I got to the station and was buzzed in. An officer escorted me to a small, cold room with a camera. He gave me a bottle of water and left me by myself for about 30 minutes. My mind was racing about what could have happened. He came back and informed me that Adam had stabbed and killed Andrew at around 1 p.m. I was shocked. I had just left the house an hour before it happened, and everything seemed fine. I asked if there had been a fight. The detective informed me that there hadn't been a fight, and it seemed to have happened out of nowhere. I gave my statement to the police and left with nowhere to go. Still in shock and confused and in my mind. Our apartment was a crime scene, so I went to another friend's house to watch the news report since the police wouldn't give me any information in the case. Over the next couple of days, the information began to be released. Adam hadn't just stabbed Andrew once, not twice, but he had stabbed him over and over and nearly decapitated him. After the murder, he ran down the road, still holding the murder weapon. He called 911 and informed them what he had done. I watched the news report in horror. We had known he was unstable, but this had fully confessed to the brutal murder and provided police with his notebooks. He had apparently planned to murder all of his brothers, my roommates, and me. He thought we were possessed by demons, and this was the only way to free us. Luckily, none of his other intended victims were there that day. Mark unfortunately witnessed the murder, but he was lucky I escaped. If I hadn't gotten that call from my boss, I wouldn't be alive today. This incident happened when I was visiting West Bengal, which is a state in one of the South Asian countries, India. Being new to this place and English being my first language, I couldn't understand what most of the folks there were saying, and nor were they able to understand me. There were a few young people who knew how to speak English, but my southern accent was not that much of a help. So when I was talking to this young guy, I don't know what part of my speech or accent went wrong on his ears while asking about the most flaunted regions of the state, but he looked a bit shocked as if he wasn't expecting that from me. I remembered being in Darjeeling at the time, which was a beauty all on its own. Despite being a guy who travels to a lot of different countries, I had never seen such a breathtaking scenery before. I don't mean to offend anybody, each country has its uniqueness, but those who have been there before would be able to understand what I'm trying to say here. Anyway, when the guy gave me directions of what seemed to be a hill situation, I figured he may have misgotten what I had asked him. Instead of taking me a taxi or any other mode of transportation, I decided to hike to the place. I was confident that I'd be able to withstand the journey. It took me about 8 hours to reach there, and when I did, I was met with a young-looking guy wearing a white shirt and gray pants. He introduced himself as Raj and asked me if I needed a guide since he was one. After walking straight for 7 hours and 45 minutes, my confidence had taken a bit of a toll, so I decided to give him a chance and accepted him as my guide. There were a few problems with understanding his pure Indian accent, but he seemed fluent in the language itself, so it was better to have someone like him alongside me if I needed to engage in a conversation with another Indian. I was thirsty and hungry. He also started to take me over my senses, so I told him that he would move forward after I quenched my thirst and fill my belly. He nodded in response and went off to somewhere where I took a nice spot to eat whatever I'd bought up. I took out potato stuffed thick tortillas that I bought earlier and started eating them. Felt too spicy for my taste, but I still loved the combination of flavors mixed in this. I took out one of the bottled waters and emptied its content in my stomach. When I was done eating, I rested a bit before walking any further. About a half hour later, Raj came back and asked if I wanted to look around. I was still tired, but since I didn't want to waste the young boy's time any more than I had, I got up and started following. He started walking me into the woods and telling me about many historic things about the place that I found quite interesting. As we were walking further, I couldn't help but take notice that I hadn't seen a single soul besides this guy ever since I stepped foot there, so I asked him why there weren't people around the area. It's because they're scared to come this time around. I felt the wind being weird as he said that, along with his pace getting slower, but thinking it was just my imagination, I asked him, "What's so scary?" There wasn't any response from Raj's side. Even his footsteps had disappeared, which only gave my heart a sinking thump along with a tightness in my chest. I didn't dare turn around, but I had to in case I was wrong, so I hesitantly turned, only to see there was no one there, and Raj had suddenly disappeared into thin air. The woods were pitch black, and the only thing I had was my phone's flashlight since Raj was the one carrying essential stuff. Started calling out his name while saying that if it was some kind of prank, it wasn't the slightest bit funny, but there was no response. Not knowing what to do and where I was, I started to run in whatever direction when I felt someone following me. Thinking it must be Raj, I turned around, only to find an old woman in Indian attire. I thought she must be one of the locals and might know which direction leads out of the woods, so I started asking her questions. I tried to speak as slowly as possible for her to understand me, but when she said in response shook me even more since I knew for a fact that the language she spoke was neither Hindi nor this state's local, because I have heard many of those languages and I haven't heard a single person speaking in the dialect she used. She then gave me a blood-curdling smile, which terrified me to my core, and I started running in the opposite direction of her. Luckily, I was able to run out of the woods and stumble across the same guy who told me about Dow Hill this morning. But as I was too spooked to be able to speak a word, he went ahead and started speaking in his slow Indian accent. Even though I told you about this place since you asked me about a haunted area, but I couldn't sleep worrying about you, so I came. This isn't the kind of haunted place you could come to like this. I was too scared to correct him that I never asked for a haunted one in the first place, and this was all because of a simple misunderstanding. But still, I silently followed him. He had brought a taxi with him, which was parked in a distance. He then took me to his home as a guest and insisted that I stay the night. His family was too nice. They offered me multiple different dishes to eat, and each one had an entirely different flavor. Even though I had a little spooky experience, the love this family showed me weighed more. "Arav, you know about the guides who work here?" I asked the next morning as I was exiting his house. "Yeah, a few of my friends work there, so I know almost everyone," he said with a cheerful smile. "One of the guides whom I met yesterday disappeared all of a sudden. His name was Raj." I gave him the description of what he looked like, but he looked at me with the same expression he gave the other day I met him and said, "I don't believe someone like that works there. I'd have to ask my friend if he is someone."
In my early 20s, I went through a wandering stage. I had just graduated from college and couldn't find a job anywhere. Rather than go a couple $100 into the hole every month paying for rent while searching for a job, I decided to pack up with my few belongings I owned and headed out to see the country. And this is something I cannot recommend enough. Stay off the interstates, pop a train from time to time, and hitchhike with no particular destination in mind. It was this kind of aimless wandering that led me to the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. If you've never experienced them, the Barrens are an amazing place. Huge stands of oak and evergreen trees, many older than time itself, grow out of that strange, sickly soil. Sugar sand, the locals call it in the rainy season, that forms quicksand. And then the dry season, it can still swallow farm machinery whole. Of the few farms that I saw, they all looked like they had seen better times, and many looked like they had sat untouched for decades. There was something alluring about that place, a sort of ancient secret I was afforded glimpses of in the shadows when the wind stirred the trees. The sort of movement at the edge of your vision that follows you throughout the day, but disappears as soon as you turn your head. From time to time, I hiked down old dusty roads. An old pickup truck or a rusted-out car would bound over a hill toward me. Most times, the driver would eye me suspiciously and speed up as they approached. Occasionally, the driver would stop to talk to me for a few minutes. "What are you doing out here?" one old toothless man clad in overalls asked me wandering around. "Seeing what there is to see," I replied. The old man spat out a putrid brown stream into the dust. "Ain't nothing to see around here." When I asked the old man what he meant by that, he made a guttural, throaty sound. I wasn't sure if he was choking on his tobacco or bothered by the question, but he didn't answer. He offered me a ride in his pickup the way that I had come back into town. But when I declined, he spat out into the dirt again and sped off, shaking his head. My eventual plan was to make it to Delaware sometime that summer and meet up with some extended family there, but I was in no hurry. In truth, I had been in heaven these last few weeks, taking my time heading south and exploring anything that caught my eye. I had explored every abandoned building and every cave I had seen. I had half my weight in power bars in my backpack. But over the last 2 months, I had honed my skills at trapping rabbits and gathering wild edibles. Sitting up late at night beside my campfire and sleeping beneath the stars. The night sky in an area so devoid of human influence is beyond comprehension. But tonight, there were clouds moving in, and the sun was disappearing faster than I had grown accustomed to. When the deep roar of thunder shook the valley, I knew that I had better find shelter. In the failing sunlight, I could see in the distance some structures at the top of the hill. I ran the half-mile distance and was disappointed to see that the ancient house and barn were in terrible shape. The roof of the barn had been completely collapsed, and the upper 2 floors of this 3-story house had collapsed into a mangle of ancient wood. Still, the house was my best option, so I made my way toward it as the heavens began to open up. As I'd seen on other properties in the area, this house had a small cemetery in the yard. I ran toward the gaping front door of the dilapidated house, carefully making my way between the headstones. When lightning flashed, I was able to make out the name on several of the headstones, which the elements hadn't completely erased. When they got inside, the floor was spongy, but felt solid enough to hold my weight. I took off my pack and set it near the door, caught my breath, and had a look around. The hinges of the front door had long since rusted away, but I was able to fit the door back into the opening enough to hopefully keep the wind and rain out. At one end of the room, there was a stone fireplace and chimney which was solidly constructed, but I had no wood for a fire. Next to the fireplace was a stairwell full of rubble and cobwebs. I didn't dare apply my weight to those steps, as many had rotted to nothing under their own pitiful weight. Opposite the front door was an opening to an old kitchen of sorts, but when I tried to approach it, my foot went clean through the floor, and I decided to stay put until the storm blew over. The remains of the upper floor did an adequate job of keeping the ground floor dry, and I was able to arrange my sleeping bag so that very little water draining from the upper floors managed to land on it. I got out my harmonica and played for a few minutes, then stopped, apprehensive. I didn't know what I was afraid of, but something had chilled me to my core. Outside, the storm had continued to build in intensity. My eyes were focused on that stairwell, seeing nothing in darkness, and flash blinded when lightning struck. I must have fallen asleep at some point because suddenly I came to with a searing pain in my neck from leaning my head against the wall for so long. Outside, the storm continued to pound down its fury upon Earth. As I sat there, rubbing my neck, and began to chuckle to myself for getting wrapped up in the superstition of the area when I heard it. At first, I heard indiscriminate movement of stairs and the ruins of the upper 2 floors. I was just about to write it off as rats when suddenly it stopped. I froze in place, daring only to move my eyes, and even then, just barely. After 30 seconds of paralytic fear, I smiled at myself again and was just about to settle into my sleeping bag when I looked toward the stairs. At the top of the doorway were a pair of glowing red orbs staring directly at me. Very slowly, they closed down to horizontal slits, then opened up again wider than before. I can't tell you how long I sat there staring at it, staring at me. It could have been a second. It could have been hours. And eventually, my lower-level self-preservation skills began to kick in, and subconsciously, I started reaching for the knife on my belt. Our eyes locked. My hand progressed inch by inch towards my only means of defending myself. Neither of us blinked for what felt like hours, and while the storm raged on, I prayed for another lightning strike so that I might even catch a glimpse of my adversary. But despite the ferocity of the rain, the darkness was absolute. When, at last, my hand reassuringly touched the hilt of my knife, it seemed as if the very fabric of existence was ripped to shreds. The creature began bellowing in the most unearthly, mind-numbing shriek I'd ever heard. Knowing I only had one chance, in one fluid motion, I released the snap that held my knife in place, and released an inside overhand throw that I had practiced during my years of my misspent adolescence. I heard a sickening, wet thunk, and the shrieking increased in volume 100-fold. As I smashed that rotten door to pieces, I heard the creature flapping against the wall and screaming. Just as I wrenched the remains of the door open, a great flash of lightning struck. And all around the house, I saw piles of bones, feathers, and fur. I ran as I had never run before, since I ran into my veins pumped acid and my limbs were stone. I couldn't see where I was going, but I could follow the dirt roads by the sounds of the sugar sand slipping roadside debris into the ditches. I didn't dare look over my shoulder. When the sun finally rose, I collapsed in the middle of the road. Heaving, oblivious to the downpour, I awoke with a startle to the sound of a car horn blaring inches from my head. I leaped to my feet and spun around to see the same old man from yesterday holding his sides with laughter. When I opened my mouth to speak, he motioned with his thumb to the back of his truck. I climbed in without a word, and he began to drive. The events of the previous night had began to replay themselves in my head. What had just happened? No matter how many times I considered what I saw, none of it made any sense. As we drove, I realized how far I had run in the dark. It must have been nearly 10 miles. I was angry with myself for being so terrified by a dream. And that's the only thing that could have been approached from this angle. Everything fit into place and experienced a false awakening. There's so many times in the past when experimenting with dream herbs, I had a nightmare and woke up with adrenaline pumping and abandoned all of my gear in an old house. I suddenly realized that the truck had sat motionless for quite some time, and the old man was turned around in the seat, staring at me. I looked up at him, and he grinned. With sickening horror, I realized that we were at the bottom of the hill on which that wretched house sat. I jumped out of the pickup and thanked the old man who drove off. I slowly walked up the muddy path that led to the house, composing myself. When I reached the yard, I saw the old piles of bones which had shocked me the previous night during the storm. Of course, there were coyotes and foxes in the area, and I had hunted a couple wild turkeys. The critters probably had their dens around here, and they had been using the house as a windbreak. Inside the house, everything appeared as I had left it. My sleeping bag, my pack, and my harmonica was sitting on the floor, and I could see my knife sticking out of the wall across the room. I packed everything up and put on my backpack, then walked over to the stairs and pulled my knife out of the wall. I was about to return it to the sheath on my belt when I looked at the blade and noticed the dried-on blood and that clump of oily black hair stuck to it.
Experiencing a break-in is a uniquely disturbing experience, especially if you're in the house. Not only does it rob you of your valuables, but also of your sense of safety at home. Maybe you'll never feel safe again. You're about to experience these horrors now, so get comfortable, subscribe, and let the darkness take control. This happened in the year of 1989, when I was 9 years old. I lived in a middle-class neighborhood in Forest, Virginia. It was like a Mayberry-like neighborhood. Most everyone knew each other. No crime, lots of families. Not everyone locked their doors at night. There were lots of kids my age in the neighborhood that the two on my street were my closest friend, Mitchell and Chase. The three of us were sort of a clique. Whenever a new kid moved into the neighborhood, we liked to go see him together and see what he was like and decide if he was cool or not. That year, their new family moved into a house near the end of the street. They had just one child, a boy named Parker. We invited him out a few times to play, and he seemed cool. So before long, he was almost one of the gang. Parker's mom was attractive, blonde, slim, always smiling. However, his dad was not a friendly man. He seemed annoyed by us kids, rarely spoke to us, and mostly just acknowledged us with iros and grunts. He also didn't come outside much. He worked nights, so we didn't see him often during the week, and on weekends, he was mostly banging around in his garage. One Saturday afternoon in the fall, Mitch and Chase were both away for some reason, so I went over to Parker's house alone to see if he wanted to play. He said his parents weren't home and invited me inside. That was a really strange experience for me. At 9, my parents never left me alone. They would call a babysitter over if they were going to be gone for even an hour. I asked Parker why he was home alone and made no secret that I was weirded out about it. But he seemed totally fine with it, like it happened all the time. So that put me at ease. We watched TV for a little bit. Then abruptly, Parker got off the couch and said, "Hey, you want to see something cool?" "Sure," I said. He led me down to the basement and pointed to a tool chest against the wall. "They're in there." Parker opened the bottom cupboard drawer of the tool chest, revealing a huge stack of Playboys. There had to have been at least 50 to 60 issues in there. I had no idea what I was looking at. I had never seen a naked woman before. The closest I'd come was seeing the scantily clad Tanya Roberts in the movie The Beatmasters. I remember watching that movie and being vaguely intrigued by the female form of what I saw in the Playboys was sort of repulsive. I wasn't necessarily the images of the naked women that churned my stomach, but the dank and musty smell of the basement, the dim lights, the crinkled, stiff, flaky feel of the magazine pages, as if the moisture of the basement was slowly turning them to pulp. It just felt wrong and gross, and I wanted to leave. Still, I just couldn't stop looking. I'd flip through one magazine, toss it back, then flip through another one. Somehow, I had this strange notion that I was finally getting something valuable for free, so I needed to cram as much of it into my brain as I could. Finally, Parker said, "We better get out of here. My mom will be home soon. You can tear some pictures out and take them home if you want." I ripped out one of the centerfolds and stuffed it into my pocket. I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't want it for any self-gratification purpose. I just had an idea that I could use it to impress Michael and Chase later. When I got home, I stuffed the balled-up centerfold in the back corner of my closet under some toys. Despite not having a big understanding of what it was pornography, I was certain that if my mom found it, I'd be in big trouble. I went to sleep like normal that evening, but I woke abruptly in the middle of the night to a rough hand shaking my shoulder. I immediately knew something was wrong, because neither of my parents would have woken me up so firmly. Plus, there was a terrible smell, a rank combination of alcohol and motor oil. I opened my eyes, and with the aid of my bedside light, recognized Parker's dad standing over me, in my house, in my room. I wanted to cry, to scream for my dad, but the mag led down at me with so much hatred, so much fury. I was paralyzed. I was certain that if I did cry out, he would twist the head clean off my neck. "You stole from me." He said this in a low voice, low enough to not wake my parents in the other room. But in the quiet of my room, the words rang clear as a bell. He called me the F word. That's what really struck me. No adult had ever used the F word on me. Combined with his tone, expression, and body language, that word just cut me to the bone. "I want it back," he said. Normally, my heart hammering, I quietly and obediently went to my closet and dug out the balled-up centerfold from beneath the pile of Ninja Turtles. I held that out to him, and he snatched it. At this point, he went on a low, whispery rant at me, including a lecture about thievery and personal property. I don't remember all of it, but it went along the lines of, "I'll tell your parents, I'll call the cops, you'll go to juvie." But he said two phrases I distinctly remember. One was, "Don't come in my house again. Don't ever step foot in my yard." And the other was something that was so strange, said with so much certainty, that it burned with my memory and still haunts me to this day. "Don't ever look at this crap again." He clenched his fist around the bald DAP centerfold. It would turn you into something you don't want to be. Then he turned and walked silently out of the room. I was so creeped out about how silent he slipped away. Our floors were carpeted, that he literally made no sound as he disappeared down the hall into the darkness. It's like some malicious Santa Claus. It was like he had lots of previous practice sneaking around, which I found even more disturbing. When I thought back on the incident during the following years, it was that sneaking which haunted me most of all. Even more than the lecture and the threats, how quietly and stealthily he moved, like the Grinch in the cartoon, but not with the big cartoony stride. Like I would never be saved from him, no matter where I went in life. Like any time I went to sleep, he could just appear there without a sound, and I'd never hear him coming. The aftermath of this story is a whole story in itself. I won't get into all the details, but just summarize it. No sign of forced entry or evidence of him being there was ever found by me or anyone else. I never told anyone until I got really close to a few good friends my freshman year of high school. My parents never found out about the incident. I was convinced that I would be in so much trouble if they ever found out that I just figured it was better to live in fear than face the consequences. Obviously, Parker's dad never mentioned it to either of them, But of course, he wouldn't, that trespassing creep. I'm 35 years old now and have a good relationship with them, but I still can't bring myself to tell them what happened that night. I was emotionally damaged for a while. I had fear and anxiety and shyness issues. My grades slipped badly that year. I had a hard time sleeping at night after that and was tired all the time. Because I had chronic nightmares, my parents got me some prescription sleeping aids, and I couldn't sleep in the dark again until I was at least 15 or 16. I always had to have a lamp on my bedside. I couldn't go near Parker's end of the street from then on, much less than his yard or house. If my parents drove me by the house, I would simply point my head towards the opposite direction of the street and pretend to be looking out the window. My family moved 2 years later in 1991, and I never saw Parker again after that. I asked my dad sometime later if he always locked the doors at night. Right. He says yes, most of the time, but sometimes I forget. I asked him if he made sure all the windows were locked at night, and then he said that no, sometimes our mom opened them, and he forgot to lock them back when she closed them. So that answers the question as to how he got in the house. I still get queasy when I see porn. On one hand, like any red-blooded male images of the internet of attracted women wearing no clothes catch my eye. But when I start to stare and get in the moment, the fear of that night starts creeping back in the unanswered questions. How did he even find out I had the page? Had he gotten home, seen his magazines weren't in proper order, and grilled Parker about it? Why the hell would this guy make such a fuss and go to some extreme measures just to retrieve one turn of page of an old Playboy? Makes no sense. What did he mean by it will turn you into something you don't want to be? A trespasser? An asshole who terrorized his kids? A porn addict? Was what he did to me that night. In some weird-ass way, his twisted attempt to try to do something altruistic to me, to warn me off from becoming like him. How does a guy have so much balls? Seriously, my parents were asleep one room away. My dad was a big dude, bigger than him. And my dad would have thrown that man right through a wall if you'd caught him in my room in the middle of the night. Regardless, malicious Santa Claus over a protective porn collector, terrorizer of children, and source of my nightmare and scar on my childhood. Let's not meet again.
Have you ever found yourself making a spontaneous decision that ended up putting your life in danger? I know the feeling all too well. Looking back, I realize how foolish I was to ignore the warning signs and trust my impulsive instincts. Now, I'm left with nothing but regret for the life I had, the person I used to be. This is the story of how I went from having it all to losing everything in the blink of an eye. It was a bright morning in early May, and I was sitting at my desk going through my emails and sipping on my coffee. I had the perfect job, a great salary, and a comfortable life without any trouble. But something inside me urged me to take a risk and ruin it all. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was just a fleeting thought. But the more I dwelled on it, the more it consumed me. Soon enough, I found myself throwing caution to the wind and making a reckless choice that would turn my life upside down. The sudden impulse to resign from my job took me by surprise. Without giving much thought, I found myself typing in my resignation letter, my fingers moving hastily over the keyboard. As I completed the letter, I got up from my desk and headed straight to my manager's office to seek his signature before submitting it to the HR department. Upon seeing me, my manager's face contorted with worry, and he asked what was wrong and why I wanted to leave. I was taken aback, not knowing how to articulate my thoughts. I couldn't say that I wanted to experience the uncertainty of being unemployed, so I told him that I needed a break from work life for a while. My manager, sensing something amiss, suggested that I could take a leave if I wanted, but I declined, knowing that I needed to follow through with my decision. As soon as my 15-day notice period ended, I found myself jobless yet financially stable. Without a second thought, I was seized by a sudden urge to engage in reckless behavior that I had never dared to indulge in before. Smoking, drinking, drugs, and other impulsive acts. In the initial 15 days, I was able to recall the events of each day, but as time passed, my impulsive behavior grew on me, and my memory of everyday life became blurred. I vaguely remember my morning routine, where I would light a cigarette before even thinking about having breakfast. Time flew without wings, and the reality of the situation finally hit me when I decided to check my bank account for the first time in 4 months. To my dismay, I had burned through 80% of my savings. Panic set in as I realized I needed to find a way to make ends meet, but the thought of returning to a corporate job was unbearable. I needed a change of pace, something that would allow me the flexibility to indulge in my newfound unhealthy habits, but also afford me enough to pay the bills. After days of searching, I stumbled upon a part-time job at a local grocery store. It was an evening shift job, but the pay was good enough to sustain me. Although it was nowhere near the salary package I had been accustomed to at my previous job, it was enough to keep me afloat. My thoughts that nothing could go wrong were proven wrong once again when I was working around 10:30 p.m. and I had the urge to inhale the substance I used to carry in my pocket recently. The store was empty and without a single soul in sight, so I thought maybe it would be fine to sneak to the back alley for a minute and do it. As I entered the dark alley beside the store and had just begun to do what I came here for, one of the regular customers who was quite friendly with the manager saw me. I halted what I was doing as her green eyes scanned what I had in my hand before she looked up. I panicked as our eyes met, and as she was about to turn, I knew she had full intention of telling this to my manager to get me fired. This job was quite comfortable since there was barely anything to do, and I didn't want to lose it at any cost, so I immediately rushed to her, put my hand over her mouth, and pulled her into the alley. "Please don't say anything," I begged as she tried to get out of my grip, but was too weak to do so. She continued to struggle and kick me to get away. Her muffled voice could be heard if anyone was to pass by, so I tightened my hold over her mouth. Believe me, I only wanted to make her pass out, but I don't know if I held her too tightly or closed her nose or mouth for too long. But before I knew it, she fell lifeless in my arms. And the timing couldn't be more wrong when I heard a gasp from behind me and turned to see the store manager. He immediately ran inside and called 911 on me. Without much choice, I left the woman in that alley and ran. Every rash decision, every wrong choice that I had made for the past few months slowly rushed into my mind, haunting me like a horror story. I ran and ran, and I don't know where I ended up, but it seemed like a secluded area. Slowed down as I walked on the road with a hazy mind, unable to think what to do next, when I suddenly felt something hit me. I don't remember much after that, but someone kept asking me to hold on as I felt darkness in front of my eyes. Even in those moments, as my consciousness drifted off, all I could think about was that whoever that person was, they were going to have me arrested.
This is an experience my wife and I just had this past year. As soon as the quarantine was lifted in our area, she and I filled our packs and went for a hike at our local state park. It was something we used to do pretty regularly and have since before we got married. Speaking for myself, I was looking forward to it. The plan was to hike out to a certain lake, spend the night, and hike back to the car. It was a clear, warm day, and the trails were nice and dry. For most of that morning, we had been the only people on the trail. We decided to stop for lunch at a campsite about halfway to the lake. Another couple must have had the same idea. They were sitting at the concrete picnic table, and we asked to join them. Soon, the four of us were discussing what we had seen and where we were headed. The couple turned out to be newlyweds on their honeymoon. My wife, who's a hopeless romantic, loves to hear this. She proceeded to tell them how we met and some other sappy stuff I don't bother to remember. 2 hours passed and we finally said our goodbyes. We arrived at the lake about an hour before dark, tired and hungry. I got a fire started, and Mandy, my wife, cooked us a small meal while I pitched the tent. We sat around the fire cooking s'mores and eventually called it a night around 10 p.m. I got up just before dawn the next morning and got the fire ready to make breakfast. We repeated our roles from the night prior, except I pulled the tent down and repacked it. Then measures were taken to assure the fire was completely out after cooking. And with that, we took to the trail for the return journey. At 10 a.m., we reached the halfway point, but chose not to stop. 2 hours of the trail, we ran into the couple we met the day before. Strangely, his wife wasn't with him. Mandy asked him about her location, and the man said she'd become ill the night before and returned home. When he said it, he looked nervous, and couldn't look either of us in our eyes before either of us could ask anything else. He said that his wife had insisted he finish the trip alone. It sounded a bit strange, but we had no reason not to believe him. A group of people came walking up about that same time, and the husband excused themselves to talk to them. I wasn't interested in prying any further. Their marriage was none of my business. I thought Mandy looked like she wanted to stay, but I reminded her of the obligations we had that night. She reluctantly agreed, and we went on our way. We got to the parking lot not too long after and packed up our stuff. There were a few groups of people talking amongst themselves. As we pulled out of the lot, several more cars, including a Ranger's truck, were pulling in. Once again, I thought nothing of it. We made the news. We made it back home that afternoon and handled some family things. It wasn't until breakfast that we heard the news. I grabbed a cup of coffee and sat down in front of the TV. I flipped it on just in time to receive a report of a dead female camper. When they showed her face on the screen, I almost choked on my coffee. It was a picture of the woman we had met just 2 days prior. I yelled out to Mandy to join me in the living room. I wanted to be sure of what I was seeing. I didn't have my glasses on at the time, so I pointed at the TV and asked, "Isn't that one of the newlyweds we met at the park?" She watched for a moment and let out a shocked gasp. Just then, a wedding photo of a couple appeared on the screen. Mandy grabs the remote from my hand and turns up the volume. According to the husband, the couple had been at a cliffside that was a popular lookout. Mandy and I had been there once or twice ourselves in the past. They watched the sun rise, and as they were preparing to turn and leave, the wife lost her footing and fell several hundred feet to the ground below. It was certainly possible, but something bothered me about it. Why hadn't he mentioned this to us? More so, what was up with the illness story? It couldn't have been more than a few hours after the incident occurred. None of his behavior made any sense. I know if something had happened to me, I'd have been a mess. We passed at least 15 people that morning and not a soul talked to us. It all seemed fishy to me. I was glad to see that Mandy agreed with me. It looked as if her instincts had been right once again. Just don't tell her I said that. After a long discussion about our responsibilities and the like, we agreed that we should contact the law enforcement involved in the case. And as it stood, the husband isn't under any suspicion. Not publicly, anyway. I contacted the sheriff's office and told them what we knew. The deputy put us on hold for a moment, and when we returned, he said someone may reach out to us in the future. But it's been almost a year, and no one has contacted us. This is what brings me to email you here. What do you think? My instincts and my wife tell us that a crime may have occurred. We, however, have no proof or any real justification for our feelings. And that's just what they are. Feelings. Certainly, if law enforcement believed we had something to offer, they would have already contacted us, right? I don't want to be a nuisance, nor do I want to cause trouble for a grieving man who by all appearances is a decent person. But help me out here. Should I keep pushing or leave the police to do their jobs? I just can't shake this nagging feeling that a man is getting away with cold-blooded murder.
I used to work for the Chico County Sheriff back in the mid-90s. Chico really in the middle of nowhere, the poorest place in the entire state of Arkansas. But when I was a deputy, there was never more than about 10,000 people in the entire county. It was and still is the kind of place that people drive through without a second thought. But I thought about Chico a whole lot. I think about it every day. Sometimes it's all I can think about, no matter how much booze I sink or how many pills I take. And back in the fall of '96, Chico started to become flooded with a kind of low-grade crystal methamphetamine that was called crank or biker meth. High-grade meth forms crystals, hence the name, but the low-quality stuff is just a powdery white substance that can burn up the user's throat because of the stuff it's cut with. We were finding that junk everywhere. It was decimating the poor folks out there. It was in the schools and the bars, even in the churches. We arrested this one kid who had been awake all weekend and had sat there twitching in the pews until the collection plate came around. Didn't even care that people saw him take the money either, and was too messed up to even have any means of a getaway. Violent crime skyrocketed in the space of about 4 months. Things were getting out of control. We were picking up tweakers from all over,
that were making pilgrimages to Chico just to spend their money on the cheapest, dirtiest crystal we at the department had ever seen. I put cuffs on guys from Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, even as far away as Indiana. The county sheriff even got a call from the governor, who demanded something be done about it all. And as you can imagine, all that fecal matter rolled straight downhill. But we had no idea where this stuff was coming from. Anyone we picked up for selling wouldn't talk about who they got it from, no matter what we threatened them with. And they were like crystal commandos. And from my experience, that's just not like tweakers to cover for each other. They'll do anything to stay out of jail, because it usually means a forced detox. But these dealers, they kept their mouths shut. Like they were full-blood mafia, like Crystal Nostra or something. Like they were more scared of the guy selling it to them than they were of us. We bagged one guy with 6 pounds of the stuff, and it was me that drove him over to the county for booking. Afterward, I went back to my car, and there was all this might have caked onto the floor and into the back seats, my cruiser. I mean, it was everywhere. I smelled real bad, and I was livid that he had made such a freaking mess. But then it hit me. All that mud had come from somewhere, right? By the looks of it, we managed to bag the guy just as he gotten the re-up from his connection. So wherever the sky just came from was muddy, real muddy. Like maybe somewhere out near the Mississippi or one of the lakes out here in Chico. I decided to take a drive just to see what I could see. Maybe a little walk to have a feeling took me besides. What's the worst that could happen? I found our crystal cooks and brought them in for the big win. Well, as it turns out, that actually was the worst thing that could happen afterwards. I'd never be the same again. I spent a lot of time fishing with my pa when I was a kid. That's pretty much all there was to do in Chico, a county of over 40 separate lakes and reservoirs, and I've been to almost all of them. Most of the shorelines are shale or sandy soil, but one particular shoreline is pure mud when you're going to lose your shoes in if you don't have the foresight to wear rubber boots. And it has the infinitely creative but descriptive name of Mud Lake. And it was Mud Lake that I decided to take a drive to that afternoon. The lake itself isn't too popular with fishermen, not unless you're looking for some monster catfish, and those things can be much more trouble than they're worth reel in. So has some trace in the edge of his own foot. I thought it was pretty strange to see a trail of smoke wafting up through some trees around the other side. I mean, was faint, real faint, and maybe if the wind had been blowing just a little, I didn't never seen it at all. But it was eerily still that day and just as quiet. It took me about 20 to 30 minutes of walking, but I traced the edge of the lake, right around to the rough area, could see the smoke. The closer I got to the source, the more I began to smell this disgusting, putrid stench, almost like a mix of rotten eggs and cat urine. I almost noticed that patches of what would have otherwise been healthy plant life had started to die, like whatever I was closing in on was death itself. How no life could survive near it. I thought about turning back a few times, but eventually came across when I was only described as a suit, use of wood panel and corrugated iron shacks. I know I should have called out to see if anyone was home or announced myself as a deputy and demand that whoever was inside should come out. But the feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach just seemed to stop any words from coming out of my mouth. Cops don't go by the book all the time, especially not small-town deputies like me. Besides, I couldn't hear anything coming from inside any of the shacks. And aside from the small campfire burning in a clearing between the shacks, there were little signs of human inhabitation. See, I push open the door to one of the shacks with my .44 drawn, and immediately recoil at the fumes that come out. And never actually seen a working meth lab before, but I didn't need any narcotic expert to tell me that's exactly what I'd just seen. There was all kinds of trash strewn around in their discarded packaging, from cold medicine, batteries that had been cut open, used coffee filters, and what wasn't included, all the improved glassware set up on the small table that I had heard stories about how bad they'd smell from all the chemicals being mixed up in them, which must have been where that cat pee smell was coming from. And backed off from the shack, coughing and sputtering, feeling nauseous with my eyes streaming. I felt awful, but at the same time, kind of elated. I was almost certain that I had found our meth cook. It was only when I searched the other shacks that I began to feel really freaked out. The first one was evidently some kind of sleeping area. The 2 camping cots set up on either side of the shack. The only thing was, they didn't look used at all. They were covered in the same kind of trash that was strewn about the lab shack. Gas canisters, tubes of what looked like rock chemical ingredients. Whoever used those shacks obviously didn't sleep much, if at all. There were also rows of dollar bills all over the place. These guys weren't taking care of the profits at all, it seemed. Either they were making too much money to account for it all, or money just didn't matter to them. And that was a terrifying prospect to me. Whoever was flooding Chica with crank wasn't doing it for the cash. They were doing it for some other reason entirely. But it was the things that were written on the wood wall panels that really got my attention. All kinds of weird phrases and symbols have been scrawled on the walls in what appeared to be black marble pen. Stuff in chicken scratch handwriting so bad I could barely make any of the words out that were interspersed with skulls, difficult looking things, and little black stars. I backed out of the second shack and went to check on the third, which was by far the worst one of all. There was another rotten smell coming from behind a flimsy wooden door, but this one was from something very different to a meth lab. And when I peeked inside, I almost puked from how bad it was. Surrounded by yet more piles of trash and money was a big old wooden stake that looked like it had been driven into the ground as deep as it could possibly go, and tied to that wooden stake was the most mutilated dead body I'd ever seen in all my years of police work. Whoever it was had been dead for a while, but they hadn't completely decomposed yet, and there were so many flying insects and maggots crawling all over their face and body that at first it kind of looked like they were moving. I'm not sure how much damage had been inflicted while they were still alive, and I pray that most of the mutilation had been done post-mortem. But the look of agony of the corpse's face made that almost impossible to imagine. The poor saw that had been tied to that stake had been scalped, had one of their eyes removed, had teeth pulled, fingers cut off with the stumps looking like they'd been cauterized to stop them from bleeding too much. There was deep, dark-looking patterns of cuts across their face that suggested that they'd been carved up in a kind of ritualistic way while they were still alive. The same kind of black burn marks on their finger stumps were present on the torso and thighs, to looking almost like cigarette burns, but like they'd been inflicted by something bigger. There were many other wounds on the body that would have required a coroner to really be able to tell how they were inflicted. But one thing was clear to me. Whoever this was had been tortured, maybe even to death. Then read his "I'm about to turn around the head" back to my cruiser and radio the whole thing in. I hear something moving through the trees behind me. I spin around to see the filthiest backwoods monster I'd ever seen, just walking through the trees in nothing but boots, a pair of urine-stained white briefs, a shin holster with what looked like a hunting knife tucked into it, and a gas mask. He had some kind of AR variant slung over his shoulder too, but luckily I had my .44 trained on him before he could react and reach for it. I told him not to move, put it down, and at first he starts raising his hands nice and slow. All I could see of his face was the cold, dead gaze that stared back at me through the misty clear plastic eye holes of his gas mask. There was just nothing behind them, like they were a doll's eyes or something alive but non-alive. Man, I heard something move behind me, and I figured it must have been his partner or whoever the second camping cot belonged to. And for just a second, I was dumb enough to give this guy my back out of fear that his partner was trying to sneak up on me. But it must have been a possum or something running through the woods, because there was nothing there when I turned. And by the time I looked back, the guy in the gas mask was unsoldering his rifle and preparing the fire. I let off 3 shots at him, and I'm pretty sure I missed every one. In return, he let off an automatic burst of his rifle that ripped up the shacks behind me and somehow, either from the poor vision of his mask or the recoil of the rifle, managed to miss me to Nixon, I know. I'm running through the trees, trying to see the trunks cover in between, looking for a solid position to return fire. I can hear the sky barking like a rabid dog while he's chasing me, and I fire 3 more shots in a running gun battle that leaves my .44 empty. He replies with another burst of his rifle, and although it didn't feel like I'd been hit right away, I suddenly found I wasn't able to run anymore. Like I suddenly lost all feeling in my right shin. A human makes this mudded whipping sound like he must have seen me go down and realized one of those shots that hit the mark. But from the lack of follow-up fire, I figured that he too must have been out of ammo. I didn't see any spare magazine on him, and he was half naked after all. But he didn't have the knife on him, and I could hear him hollering about how he was going to use it on me as he took off after me through the trees. The whole time, I'm reloading my .44. I'm thinking about the state of the body back there in the 3rd shack and how he'd have all the time in the world to work me over. Just as I'm assuming he had done to the poor soul that was tied to the stake, that was the most afraid I'd ever been in my entire life. Every single other emotion pales in comparison to the intensity of that fear. I was shaking so bad I could barely load my revolver. Even with the speed loader, I could barely manage it. But somehow, I did. Rolling once my back and aiming just in time to see the monster coming through the trees, me with his knife in hand, I pull all 6 bullets into him, and then watch them collapse into the dirt like a sack full of rocks. It wasn't over though. I still had to crawl back through the mud and the blood to my cruiser, and I had to sneak past the cook's dead body in order to do so. The whole time I'm crawling past him, I was expecting his eyes to just open suddenly like a horror movie or something, for him to roll onto my back and plunge that hunting knife into my neck. While I was trying to crawl away, every second was drawn out of my heart racing as I tried to keep one eye on the guy and one eye ahead of me. But he didn't wake up. No one just gets up after taking 644 slugs to the chest. I was retired on medical grounds not long after. Doc said the bullet that hit me fractured when I hit the shin bone, and there's been a piece of lead still stuck in my right leg ever since, meaning I now walk with a permanent limp. But that's just the physical scarring of what I went through that day. Sometimes, I think the mental after effects have been way worse. I barely slept a wink for months, and if I actually did manage to drift off after drinking myself into a stupor, the nightmares would be enough to have me waking up screaming, having soaked the bed sheets with cold sweat. I got so bad that my wife couldn't sleep in the same bed as me until hours upon hours of therapy sessions gave me some small measure of closure. I thought for a while she might divorce me, because the man that came back from Mud Lake just wasn't the same as the one that drove out there. I'm doing much better now. Me and the wife are still strong together, and we live down in Florida quite comfortably thanks for the compensation I got from the government. I got a Medal of Valor from them for something most guys would keep on display somewhere, but I keep that thing locked away in a drawer. I figure, maybe if I write something like this, it might help process what happened back at Mud Lake, thinking that it might help me get past it. My therapist thought it might not be a good idea, and I told him I'd rather just forget. But I know that it's not possible that the memories of Mud Lake will stay with me until I'm as dead as the cook in his gas mask.
In the weeks after the death of my brother, I found myself looking for comfort on the internet. Around 4 months had passed and I discovered a forum created for twins dealing with the grief of losing their other twin. Whether from ending their own life or illness, thousands across the world were brought together for this one singular purpose. I admit I was somewhat shy about posting and remained a bit of a lurker. However, as I became more comfortable with the community, I grew into a daily poster and was able to befriend many on the forum. A select few of these people and I became very close and did much to help one another to work through our grief. One member, a girl who said she was from Montana, probably did the most of all to help me move forward. She had lost her twin sister in a similar circumstance, just as I had my brother, and had a specific insight many others in the forum did not. It was not long until her and I were confessing our deepest secrets to each other, and it was very nearly as if I hadn't lost my twin at all. You may ask why I would tell a complete stranger all my deepest and darkest secrets. I suppose the anonymity was the reason. Even if the person knows or thinks they know all about you, they still don't know your true identity and location. That aspect of the internet gives you carte blanche to bare your soul to a person you're confident doesn't know the true you. The connection we formed over my time on the forum was the best thing that could have happened to me at the time. However, my confidence in my anonymity and comfort with this person would ultimately come back to bite me and make my life on the internet and outside of it complete torture. It was an average, ordinary morning when I discovered my friend's true face. I fired up my computer and opened my mail only to be overwhelmed by a barrage of angry and vicious messages. As I scrolled through each one, it soon became clear what was happening. Someone very close to me had dumped all my terrible secrets onto the forum and wider internet. I tried to deny it to myself for a long time who the identity of the person was, but I was eventually forced to face the facts. Apparently, my supposed friend on the forum had told everyone there some of my private feelings towards my dead brother and the way in which he chose to end his life. We all have those opinions or feelings we keep to ourselves because we know they wouldn't be popular with those around us. I never said anything terrible or anything like that, but most of my words surrounded my anger toward my twin. I probably could have phrased some of them better, but that's the fatal flaw of the internet. Without context or hearing the person's tone of voice, things can get lost or misconstrued. Over a short time, the situation would become far worse. The threatening messages started. People I had once called friends were now threatening my life. It wasn't just online either. The messages were soon coming to my phone. This fact only proved to cement her guilt since she was one of the very few who had my number. The most terrifying aspect of the phone messages was that many knew my real name and address. This was when I truly came to fear for my life. I'd become a bawling and panicking mess. When I would finally sum up the courage to confront her about this, the pieces would all begin to fall into place. Her written reply laid it all out clearly. I had foolishly walked right into the clutches of a person who hated me and my family. My friend, all these months, turned out to be the drug-addicted ex-girlfriend of my brother. In my opinion, she was one of the major reasons he took his life, and my family agreed, which is why we had barred her from the funeral and anything taking place that day. She swore she'd get back at us, and boy, she did. Apparently, she had been on the forum one day and guessed who I was. Just to be sure, she pretended to be a bereaved twin and started to suck up to me. Once it became obvious that I was who she thought I was, she saw it as an opportunity to get her revenge. In hindsight, things were starting to make more sense. She'd always been a bit pushy when trying to get me to tell her a secret. To make me more comfortable, she'd tell me something, which we all know now was a load of BS, and I would always fall for it. All through her message, it was clear she had no remorse for what she had done. In fact, upon hearing of the many threats in my life, she decided to push things along by doxing me. What she hoped to happen had, and she was very pleased by the result. This final message was the last time I'd heard from her. No replies would come to my following emails, and soon after, I'd be forced to get a new address. After I spoke with my family and our lawyer, I took their advice and got rid of all my prior connections. This included having to move to a new place. I was, and still am, concerned about the remainder of my family. Although my brother's ex was able to get her revenge on me, the rest of them were assumed to still be in danger. My father assured me that they would be fine, and from all appearances, he may be correct, at least for now. I had stepped away from the internet for almost 9 months and am just now beginning to dip my foot back into the pool. Naturally, I will never return to the forum in which all these problems spawned. Even though I've not yet had any run-ins with anyone from there, I will never again expose myself to the level of being identified. Even the account from which this story has been sent is a one-time use throwaway. So if any of those coming across this story may have any questions, I'm sorry. None will be forthcoming anytime soon, and certainly not from this account. If there's anything you can take away from this mishap, Perhaps it is a lesson of caution. I and many others have discovered to our detriment how big of a sewer the internet can be. Like the sewer, there lurk many rats. On the internet, the rats are waiting and hiding to destroy others. Many have no reasons. They're just evil. I suppose I'm trying to advise you all to be careful and remember that no one on the internet is really your friend unless you know them in real life. And although many perils linger there, the internet is not real life.
This happened when I was a bartender about 4 years ago, but I think about it often, and it has changed the way I operate throughout life. I now refuse to go to any store alone after midnight. I was 25 and an attractive slender blonde at the time. On a busy Friday night, I was bartending with the bar manager, and he had noticed that we were very low on some bar necessities after the dinner rush. Lemons, limes, bitters, that kind of thing. So I was sent out to a 24-hour grocery store down the road to pick up the odds and ends that we would require to get us through the weekend. I picked up everything that was asked of me without trouble at the store, until I got to the liquor aisle. There were two country-looking guys that were probably around my age in the aisle, and they were staring at me and whispering to each other in a way that made me uncomfortable, so I assumed they were making comments about me, all pretty innocent so far. Before they could approach me, I grabbed what I needed very quickly and power walked to the self-checkout. They really booked it out of there, because when you're a bartender, it's kind of like you're on a stage and are required to be charming and interact with people that you otherwise absolutely wouldn't be able to tolerate unless you were being paid to do so. This is another reason why I'm not a bartender anymore. They get the self-checkout and hot on my tail. The two guys, I'm scanning my stuff, and they use the scanning station next to me. I get a better look at them now as they are right next to me. One is taller, muscular, an average look. The other one is shorter and more plump. They both look dirty, and their eyes were completely bloodshot. I'm not even sure if they were high or something, or had already been drinking for a while. They continue to stare at me, and our eyes awkwardly met. So I did the pleasant Midwestly thing to do and flashed them a quick, half-fast, closed-lip smile to be polite. The taller one starts trying to talk to me. "Hey, looks like you're ready to party." "Huh?" I replied something like, "Yeah, something like that. It's not for me, though." They walk close to me and ignore their responsibility to scan their items. "Oh, must be for your boyfriend." Ha! I flash the awkward, tight-lipped smile again and roll my eyes slightly. Like this is your hint that I'm not interested, fellas. The taller one continues to try to talk to me. "You should come hang out with us tonight. We could show you a real good time if you know what I mean." "No thanks, I'm good. Already have plans." But the taller one starts to get upset that his moves aren't working like he'd hoped, and starts using a more threatening tone and moves very close to me, literally 2 inches away. But I ignore him, staying focused on the scanner. I don't think he had showered in a few days by the smell of him. He gets a little louder and says, "I see how it is. You probably only screw doctors and rich men like that. You think you're too good for us. We can show you that you want. We can teach you a lesson." Now I'm not sure what context he meant this in, but it definitely wasn't good. Still looking at him, I turn away. So my body is blocking his view of my purse, which I set on the scanner to grab my 4-inch pocket knife out and slide it up my jacket sleeve in case I need to protect myself, acting like I'm searching for my wallet. I do this, however, in view of the self-scan worker station at the podium, and look at her eyes with wide eyes trying to communicate that I do not feel safe and that I might need help. I turn back to the machine and slide my credit card to pay, while the creepy and hostile guys are practically standing on top of me. The machine malfunctions and starts beeping. The lady worker comes over immediately, and the guys standing next to me change their expression from "I'm planning to torture you for a few days and toss your body to a creek" to just your friendly, good old country boys making polite conversation of their hair. They actually tried to act like I knew them and were friends, so the worker wouldn't be alerted to their ill intentions. They tried joking with the worker, saying I was stealing something and that's why the machine went off. The worker was definitely not buying it. She was a 6-foot-tall woman with some muscle on her. I wouldn't mess with her on my best day. She pressed a few buttons on the screen, shooting. The guys have very unimpressed look when they were trying to act charming and cancels the order completely. She turns to me and says, I'm sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am. The machine seems to not be working correctly. Will you gather your things and I'll ring you up at an actual register? She puts her hand on my back and gives me a wide-eyed look like I gave her a minute earlier, letting me know that she sees I'm in danger. I pick up my things and follow her to the register that's near the security office. The guys linger around the self-scan, still glaring at me, and eventually complete their purchases, but standing at the exit assuming they're waiting for me. I felt like I would be walking to my death. If I made it to the exit in that moment, the workers kept a close eye on the guys and scans my items. As she's scanning, she tells me there really wasn't anything wrong with the machine I was using. It just misread my credit card, and she said I had a bad feeling about those guys from the moment they walked in. And when I saw them getting aggressive toward you, I already ranked security to be ready to walk you to the parking lot and make sure you left safely when you're ready to leave. When I saw you take that knife out and put it in your sleeve, getting ready to protect yourself. Good girl. As much as I'd like to see you show them they picked the wrong girl to mess with, I'm glad I was able to pull you aside and make sure you were safe. I see them waiting by the door for you. I'll just keep pressing buttons on the screen and act like I'm having trouble with your order until they give up and go outside. Our security officer and I are both going to escort you to your vehicle when you leave. I thought to myself, this woman seriously deserves a raise. I thanked her over and over again and told her what they said to me, and I was getting afraid because I don't know what these guys are capable of. As I'm talking to her, my bar manager calls me to see what's taking so long. I explain what's happening, and he was obviously very concerned and ready to come up there himself and kick some ass. A sweet sentiment indeed. By the time I hung up, the guys had given up and walked out to the parking lot. The worker said to give it another few minutes because she had a feeling they may still be in there waiting for me to walk out and see which vehicle was mine so they could follow me. My instant thought was no way they have to be gone by now. But I was wrong. The worker and security guard escorted me out, and it was after midnight, so you can imagine how empty the lot was. Toward the back of the lot, there sat an old big pickup truck running with the lights on pointing towards the store. It was a huge parking lot, and it wouldn't have made sense for them to initially park like that, so I'm assuming they moved the truck to sit that way, so that they had a full view of when I exited the store and got to my vehicle. It was like being stalked by hungry lions. When I unlocked my car and they saw that me, the worker, and the guard were looking directly at them, and that I wasn't getting in my car until we watched them leave, they then peeled out of the parking lot. I mean, they seriously did a burnout to establish that they were pissed and trying to intimidate us. Our poor creeps didn't get their way. I thanked the worker and the guard over and over again, as I'm certain that they had just saved my life, or at least saved me from having to live with whatever those guys were planning to do with me. I did write a long letter to the store manager and their corporate location, describing how their employees protected me and how grateful I was. I really hoped that earned her a promotion bonus raise or something. She didn't know me at all and was ready to protect me, which really isn't her job, but she did it anyway. Needless to say, I do not go late night shopping by myself anymore, and never will.